Welcome to Ancient Wisdom, a sanctuary where timeless wisdom guides you into deep, restful sleep. Let the wisdom of the ages quiet your mind, ease your worries, and carry you gently into the night. If you're here to relax, reflect, and drift into peaceful slumber, you're exactly where you need to be. Before you get too cozy, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me bring more soothing content your way. Also, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from, and what time is it for you right now? Share in the comments below. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and let the wisdom of the ages guide you into deep, restful sleep.
How to become stoic with an iron mind. Imagine a life where nothing phases you. In a world swirling with chaos, anger, and jealousy, picture yourself standing as an unshakable pillar of calm and strength. You're at peace while others rage. You remain composed as others crumble. You possess a mind so resilient, it's as if it's forged from iron. This is not a distant fantasy, but a real possibility within your reach. The modern world bombards us with stress and negativity, from the endless barrage of bad news to the constant pressures of daily life. It's easy to feel overwhelmed. People around you might be trapped in cycles of frustration and sadness, their days ruined by minor inconveniences. Yet, there are those rare individuals who navigate these storms with unwavering tranquility. They possess a secret, a timeless wisdom that empowers them to remain serene in the face of adversity. They are Stoics, the masters of an iron mind. In this video, you will embark on a transformative journey to cultivate the same indomitable mental fortitude. Drawing from ancient Stoic philosophy, you will learn practical steps to develop a mindset that remains steady and unyielding, no matter what life throws at you. Each principle we explore will bring you closer to becoming the person who doesn't just survive chaos, but thrives in it. Are you ready to unlock the secrets of Stoicism and forge your own iron mind? Let's dive in and discover how to turn life's challenges into your greatest strengths, starting with the fundamental principle of accepting what you cannot control. Number 1. Accept what you cannot control. One of the core principles of Stoicism is learning to accept what you cannot control. In life, countless events and circumstances are beyond our influence. Dwelling on these uncontrollable aspects only drains our energy and fosters frustration. Instead, a Stoic focuses on what they can change, their actions and responses. Imagine a flight cancellation due to bad weather. You can't alter the weather or the airline's decision. Getting angry won't make the plane take off. Instead, a Stoic accepts the situation and uses their energy constructively. Perhaps you could use the extra time to catch up on reading, work, or even meditate. By accepting what you cannot control, you preserve your energy for productive pursuits. This principle extends to all areas of life, whether it's a traffic jam, an unexpected expense, or someone else's behavior. Recognizing that these are beyond your control allows you to maintain inner peace. You become unshakable as your tranquility no longer hinges on external events. Moreover, acceptance doesn't mean passivity. It's about discerning where your efforts are best applied. When you focus on your actions and attitudes, you empower yourself. You become the master of your fate, shaping your life through deliberate choices rather than being tossed around by external forces. In essence, accepting what you cannot control is about shifting your perspective. It's recognizing that while you can't change the world, you can change how you interact with it. This mindset not only brings peace, but also enables you to navigate life more effectively. You become a beacon of calm in a stormy world, inspiring others with your composure and resilience. By embracing this Stoic principle, you lay the foundation for an iron mind that remains steadfast regardless of life's challenges. Number 2, practice. The essence of Stoicism is not merely in understanding its principles, but in practicing them daily. No video or book can replace the value of consistent application. The journey to becoming Stoic with an iron mind requires regular, intentional practice. It's about integrating Stoic wisdom into every facet of your life, making it a part of your daily routine. Imagine an athlete training for a marathon. They can't just read about running techniques and expect to succeed. They need to run every day, building their endurance, strength, and mental toughness. Similarly, Stoicism is a discipline that demands continuous effort. Each day presents opportunities to practice Stoic principles, from small annoyances to significant challenges. Start by setting aside time each day for reflection. Consider the events of the day and your responses to them. Did you maintain composure in the face of frustration? Did you focus on what you could control and let go of what you couldn't? Reflecting on these questions helps you identify areas for improvement and reinforces your commitment to Stoicism. Additionally, incorporate Stoic exercises into your routine. Practice gratitude by acknowledging the good in your life. Engage in negative visualization to prepare yourself for potential difficulties. Meditate to cultivate mindfulness and presence. These practices build your Stoic muscle, making it easier to remain calm and rational during life's storms. Remember, transformation doesn't happen overnight. It's the result of countless small efforts, repeated day in and day out. By committing to practice, you gradually reshape your mindset and behavior. You become more resilient, more composed, and more in control of your actions. Practice is the bridge between knowledge and mastery, and it's through this consistent effort that you develop the iron mind of a true Stoic. Number 3, build resilience. Resilience is the hallmark of a Stoic mind. It's the ability to bounce back from setbacks, to stand firm in the face of adversity. Building resilience is crucial for developing an iron mind, enabling you to navigate life's challenges with strength and grace. Resilience starts with a mindset shift. Understand that setbacks are a natural part of life, not a reflection of your worth or abilities. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Each difficulty you encounter is a chance to strengthen your resilience and refine your character. One way to build resilience is to face your fears. Avoiding challenges may provide temporary comfort, but it undermines your long-term growth. Confronting fears head-on, however daunting, fortifies your mental and emotional muscles. Over time, you become less intimidated by difficulties, viewing them as manageable and conquerable. Another key to resilience is maintaining perspective. In moments of crisis, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. But remember, most problems are temporary. By keeping the bigger picture in mind, you can maintain your composure and navigate through tough times. Reflect on past challenges you've overcome and remind yourself of your capacity to endure and triumph. Self-care also plays a vital role in building resilience. Ensure you're taking care of your physical, emotional, and mental well-being. Exercise regularly, eat healthily, get adequate sleep, and seek support when needed. A strong, healthy body and mind are better equipped to handle stress and recover from setbacks. Ultimately, resilience is about persistence. It's about getting up each time you fall, learning from your experiences, and continuing to move forward. By building resilience, you become like an oak tree in a storm, bending but never breaking. This steadfastness is a core element of the Stoic iron mind, enabling you to face life's inevitable challenges with unwavering strength and determination. Number 4, seek wisdom. Wisdom is the cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It's the guiding light that informs your decisions and actions, helping you navigate life with clarity and purpose. To develop an iron mind, you must continually seek wisdom, cultivating a deep understanding of yourself and the world around you. Wisdom begins with self-awareness. Reflect on your thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Understand your strengths and weaknesses, your values and goals. Self-awareness allows you to act with intention and integrity, aligning your actions with your true self. Reading and learning are essential components of seeking wisdom. Delve into the works of ancient and modern philosophers, thinkers, and leaders. Study their insights and apply their lessons to your life. The writings of Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca offer timeless wisdom on living a virtuous and fulfilling life. By engaging with these texts, you expand your perspective and deepen your understanding of Stoic principles. Cultivate curiosity and remain open to new ideas and experiences. Wisdom is not static. It evolves with learning and growth. Engage in meaningful conversations, ask questions, and listen actively. Seek diverse viewpoints and challenge your assumptions. This openness enriches your understanding and fosters intellectual humility. Experience is another invaluable teacher. Embrace life's lessons, both positive and negative. Reflect on your experiences and extract wisdom from them. What did you learn from a particular success or failure? How can you apply these lessons moving forward? By learning from your experiences, you transform them into valuable insights that guide your future actions. In seeking wisdom, remember that it's not just about acquiring knowledge, but about applying it. Wisdom is practical and actionable. It's about making wise choices that lead to a good and meaningful life. By continually seeking wisdom, you equip yourself with the tools to navigate life's complexities with grace and confidence, embodying the Stoic iron mind. Number 5, use bad feelings for good. Emotions like anger, sadness, and heartbreak are often seen as negative, but a Stoic recognizes their potential for good. These feelings can be powerful motivators, driving you to achieve your goals and improve your life. By harnessing these emotions constructively, you transform them from obstacles into allies. Consider anger, for example. While uncontrolled anger can lead to destructive behavior, channeled anger can fuel determination and resilience. When you face injustice or frustration, let that anger propel you into action. Use it to push yourself harder in your endeavors, to advocate for change, and to stand up for yourself and others. Sadness, too, has its place. It can deepen your empathy and understanding of the human condition. When you experience loss or disappointment, allow yourself to feel the sadness, but also use it as a reminder of what truly matters to you. This reflection can lead to greater appreciation for the good in your life and motivate you to pursue meaningful goals. Heartbreak, perhaps the most challenging of emotions, can also be transformative. It teaches you about vulnerability, love, and the impermanence of life. Use heartbreak as a catalyst for personal growth. Let it inspire you to strengthen your relationships, pursue your passions, and live more fully. The key is to control your emotions rather than being controlled by them. This requires discipline and self-awareness. When you feel a strong emotion, pause and reflect. Ask yourself how you can use this feeling to your advantage. Redirect your emotional energy towards positive actions and goals. By using bad feelings for good, you not only manage your emotions, but also leverage them to enhance your life. This approach is a testament to the Stoic principle of transforming challenges into opportunities. It enables you to maintain your composure and purpose even in the face of adversity, embodying the strength and resilience of an iron mind. Number 6, take responsibility. A fundamental tenet of Stoicism is taking responsibility for your life and actions. While you may not be responsible for everything that happens to you, you are responsible for how you respond and for finding solutions. This mindset empowers you to take control of your destiny, transforming obstacles into opportunities for growth. Taking responsibility means owning your actions and their consequences. It requires honesty and self-reflection. When faced with a problem, avoid the temptation to blame others or external circumstances. Instead, ask yourself what you can do to address the situation. This proactive approach fosters resilience and self-efficacy. Consider the example of a car breaking down on the highway. If you stand there waving for help, you might wait a long time. But if you start pushing your car, others are more likely to stop and assist you. By taking the first step to help yourself, you inspire others to support you. This principle applies to all areas of life. When you take responsibility, you attract opportunities and assistance. Responsibility also involves making informed and ethical decisions. It means considering the impact of your actions on yourself and others. Strive to act with integrity even when it's challenging. This builds trust and respect, both crucial for personal and professional relationships. Moreover, taking responsibility enhances your personal growth. It forces you to confront your weaknesses and areas for improvement. By acknowledging and addressing these, you become a stronger and more capable individual. Responsibility is not about perfection, but about continuous improvement and learning from your experiences. In essence, taking responsibility is about embracing your role as the author of your life. It's about recognizing your power to shape your reality through your actions and choices. This Stoic principle is a cornerstone of the Iron Mind, fostering a sense of agency and resilience that enables you to navigate life's challenges with confidence and grace. Number 7, live in the present. Living in the present is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy. It means focusing on the here and now rather than dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. By anchoring yourself in the present, you harness the power to shape your life through your actions and decisions. The past is unchangeable. It holds lessons and memories, but it shouldn't dictate your present actions. Learn from your past, but don't let it shackle you. Similarly, the future is uncertain. While planning is important, excessive worry about what might happen only saps your energy and distracts you from what you can do now. Living in the present means being fully engaged in each moment. It's about mindfulness and presence. When you're present, you respond more effectively to life's challenges. You can appreciate the beauty of each moment, find joy in small pleasures, and act with intention and clarity. Consider your daily habits. Your present actions shape your future. If you want to be fit and healthy, your efforts must start now. Exercise regularly, eat well, and take care of your body. These daily practices build the foundation for a healthy future. Your habits, cultivated in the present, define who you become. Mindfulness practices such as meditation can help you stay anchored in the present. Spend a few minutes each day in quiet reflection, focusing on your breath and the sensations in your body. This simple exercise calms your mind and brings you back to the now. It enhances your ability to respond rather than react, fostering a sense of inner peace and control. Living in the present also involves letting go of regrets and anxieties. Accept that the past is gone and the future is yet to come. Your power lies in the present moment. By embracing this Stoic principle, you cultivate a sense of tranquility and purpose, enabling you to navigate life with the strength and clarity of an iron mind. Number 8, embrace discomfort. Growth and comfort rarely coexist. Embracing discomfort is essential for developing resilience and an iron mind. It involves stepping out of your comfort zone, facing challenges head-on, and using adversity as a tool for personal development. Discomfort is often seen as something to avoid, but for a Stoic, it's an opportunity for growth. Whether it's physical, emotional, or mental discomfort, confronting it builds strength and character. When you willingly face difficult situations, you expand your capabilities and increase your tolerance for future challenges. Consider physical discomfort, such as exercise. Pushing your body through challenging workouts strengthens your muscles and endurance. Similarly, mental discomfort, like tackling a complex problem, enhances your cognitive abilities. Emotional discomfort, such as dealing with rejection or failure, teaches resilience and emotional regulation. Embracing discomfort also means accepting that failure is a part of the journey. Every setback is a learning experience. When you fail, reflect on what went wrong and how you can improve. This mindset shift transforms failure from a source of shame into a stepping stone for success. By viewing discomfort and failure as opportunities, you develop a growth mindset, essential for a Stoic iron mind. Moreover, seek out challenges that push your limits. Whether it's learning a new skill, taking on a demanding project, or stepping into a leadership role, these experiences force you to grow. They require you to adapt, persevere, and find solutions, all of which build your resilience and confidence. In daily life, practice small acts of discomfort. Take cold showers, wake up early, or engage in difficult conversations. These practices build your tolerance for discomfort and train your mind to remain calm and composed in challenging situations. Ultimately, embracing discomfort is about viewing challenges as opportunities for growth. It's about pushing your boundaries and evolving through adversity. By adopting this Stoic principle, you fortify your mind and spirit, preparing yourself to face life's inevitable trials with strength and grace. Number 9, cultivate gratitude. Gratitude is a powerful tool for fostering a positive mindset and enhancing your resilience. In Stoicism, cultivating gratitude means focusing on what you have rather than what you lack. This shift in perspective brings contentment and peace, essential components of an iron mind. Begin by acknowledging the small blessings in your daily life. These can be simple things like a warm bed, a good meal, or a kind word from a friend. By recognizing and appreciating these moments, you train your mind to focus on the positive aspects of your life. This practice reduces feelings of envy, resentment, and dissatisfaction. Gratitude also involves appreciating the people in your life. Express thanks to those who support and inspire you. This not only strengthens your relationships, but also fosters a sense of community and belonging. When you feel connected and supported, you're better equipped to handle life's challenges. Moreover, gratitude helps you maintain perspective during difficult times. When faced with adversity, reflect on what you still have and what you can be thankful for. This doesn't mean ignoring your problems, but rather balancing them with a recognition of the good in your life. This balanced perspective reduces stress and enhances your emotional resilience. Incorporate gratitude into your daily routine through practices like journaling. Spend a few minutes each day writing down things you're grateful for. This habit reinforces a positive outlook and trains your brain to seek out the good in every situation. Over time, this practice can significantly improve your overall well-being and mental health. Gratitude also aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what you can control. While you can't control all external events, you can control your attitude and perspective. By choosing to focus on gratitude, you take control of your emotional state and enhance your resilience. Ultimately, cultivating gratitude transforms your outlook on life. It helps you find joy in the present moment and builds a foundation of positivity and resilience. This Stoic principle fortifies your mind, enabling you to navigate life's ups and downs with grace and equanimity. Number 10, practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being fully present and engaged in the current moment. For a Stoic, mindfulness is a crucial tool for maintaining inner peace and composure. By cultivating mindfulness, you enhance your ability to respond to life's challenges with clarity and calmness. Mindfulness begins with awareness. Pay attention to your thoughts, emotions, and physical sensations. Notice how your body feels, the rhythm of your breath, and the flow of your thoughts. This awareness anchors you in the present moment, reducing stress and anxiety about the past or future. Incorporate mindfulness into your daily activities. When you're eating, savor each bite. When you're walking, feel the ground beneath your feet. When you're listening, give your full attention to the speaker. These practices ground you in the present and enhance your appreciation of each moment. Meditation is a powerful way to cultivate mindfulness. Spend a few minutes each day sitting quietly, focusing on your breath. If your mind wanders, gently bring your attention back to your breath. This practice trains your mind to stay present and builds your capacity for sustained attention and calmness. Mindfulness also enhances your emotional regulation. By observing your emotions without judgment, you create space between stimulus and response. This allows you to choose your reactions thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. For example, when you feel anger rising, mindfulness helps you pause, recognize the emotion, and respond in a calm and constructive manner. Moreover, mindfulness fosters a sense of inner peace and contentment. By fully engaging with the present moment, you reduce the mental clutter and distractions that often cause stress. This clarity and focus enable you to tackle challenges more effectively and maintain a sense of balance and equanimity. In essence, mindfulness is about living fully and deeply in the present moment. It's a practice that enhances your awareness, emotional regulation, and overall well-being. By cultivating mindfulness, you embody the Stoic iron mind, navigating life's complexities with grace and wisdom. You've now been equipped with the timeless wisdom and practical steps to cultivate an iron mind, just like the Stoics of old. Imagine facing life's storms with unshakable calm, turning challenges into opportunities, and navigating the world with a deep sense of inner peace and resilience. This is the power of Stoicism, and it's within your grasp. As you embark on this journey, remember that transformation requires consistent practice. Reflect on these principles daily, integrate them into your life, and watch as you become the master of your own fate, resilient and composed in any situation. If you found this video valuable, imagine what more you can achieve with continued learning and support. Join our community on the Wiser channel, where we delve deeper into the art of living wisely. Like this video, if it resonated with you, share it with those who need a dose of Stoic wisdom. And don't forget to subscribe to Wiser. Together, we can build a life of strength, clarity, and unyielding peace. Thank you for watching, and welcome to a wiser way of living.
Here are 10 shocking signs. Your partner is cheating on you and how to deal with this problem. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship, a foundation upon which love and companionship are built. When that foundation begins to feel shaky, it can leave you questioning not just your partner's actions, but also your own perceptions. Infidelity, though painful to consider, is a reality that many face in their relationships. Recognizing its warning signs is not about paranoia or mistrust, but about understanding the dynamics of your connection with your partner. This article isn't meant to incite fear or cast doubt unnecessarily. Its purpose is to empower you with knowledge and awareness. By understanding the signs of potential infidelity, you can approach your relationship with clarity, courage, and, most importantly, fairness. Each sign presented here is not definitive evidence of betrayal, but rather a signal to examine your partnership more closely. Often, these signs are rooted in broader relational issues that can be addressed with open communication and mutual effort. However, it is critical to approach these signs with a balanced mind. Jumping to conclusions without context or evidence can harm the trust you're trying to preserve. This is where wisdom and self-control come into play, traits Stoicism teaches us to cultivate. Before acting, reflect. Before accusing, seek understanding. And above all, recognize that your happiness and self-worth are not defined by the actions of another. Let this exploration be a guide for those seeking clarity and growth. Whether your suspicions are confirmed or proven unfounded, the process will help you better understand yourself, your values, and your needs. Relationships, at their best, are built on honesty and mutual respect. Let us now explore the signs that may signal trouble, not as a means to fear the worst, but as a step toward fostering greater understanding and trust in your relationship. 1. Sudden changes in behavior or routine. When someone starts acting differently without a clear reason, it can signal that something significant is happening beneath the surface. A partner who was once predictable in their daily habits may suddenly develop erratic routines or unexplained commitments. While change is natural, abrupt shifts that lack transparency can be a cause for closer attention. Imagine a scenario where your partner, who rarely worked late, suddenly has urgent projects keeping them at the office well into the evening. When you ask about their schedule, the answers are vague or dismissive. Perhaps they've taken up a new hobby or activity they never expressed interest in before, but are unwilling to share details or involve you in it. Such changes can stem from many things: stress, personal growth, or even a desire for independence. However, if these behaviors are accompanied by secrecy or defensiveness, they might indicate that your partner is redirecting time and energy away from the relationship. The key here is to observe, not accuse. Note the frequency and patterns of these changes. Are they consistent and reasonable, or do they feel like excuses? Avoid jumping to conclusions. Instead, seek opportunities for honest dialogue. Ask open-ended questions such as, "I've noticed some changes in your schedule. How are things going for you?" This invites a response without confrontation. In relationships, change can either strengthen bonds or create distance. By remaining calm and attentive, you can better understand whether these shifts are part of your partner's personal journey or signs of a deeper issue. Always remember, clarity comes from observation, communication, and above all, maintaining your inner composure. 2. Increased secrecy with phone or devices. In today's connected world, our devices are extensions of our lives. A sudden increase in secrecy around a phone, laptop, or tablet can raise questions. This could include password changes, keeping their screen out of view, or stepping out of the room to take calls. For instance, your partner might start placing their phone face down on the table or become anxious when you're near it. They may lock their device when it was previously accessible, or grow defensive when you casually ask about who they're texting. While privacy is important in any relationship, excessive secrecy can signal that something is amiss. It's worth considering whether the behavior is consistent with their usual habits or a noticeable departure. Are they avoiding conversations when their phone rings or quickly dismissing notifications when you're nearby? Before assuming the worst, reflect on the context. Could they be planning a surprise or dealing with personal matters they're not ready to share? Instead of prying, open a dialogue. I've noticed you've been more protective of your phone lately. Is there something on your mind? This approach shows concern rather than suspicion. It's important to respect boundaries while ensuring that secrecy isn't eroding trust. A healthy relationship thrives on transparency, even when privacy is maintained. Remember, your goal isn't to control their behavior, but to foster openness and understanding. 3. Emotional distance or lack of interest. Emotional intimacy is the glue that holds relationships together. When your partner begins to withdraw emotionally, it's often a sign that something deeper is going on. This withdrawal can manifest as disinterest in shared activities, a lack of engagement in conversations, or a noticeable absence of empathy and connection. For example, imagine your partner no longer asks about your day, seems distracted during conversations, or avoids discussing future plans. If you share exciting news and are met with indifference or disinterest, it can feel isolating. This emotional gap may leave you questioning what has changed and why. While emotional distance doesn't always indicate infidelity, it does suggest that the bond between you is under strain. Approach this shift with curiosity rather than accusation. You might say, "I've been feeling a little disconnected lately. How do you feel about where we're at?" Such questions can open the door to honest dialogue and potentially address underlying issues. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our reactions and responses. Use this moment to reflect on your relationship's dynamics and how you can contribute to rebuilding emotional closeness regardless of the cause. 4. Suspicious financial transactions or unexplained expenses. Money often tells a story, and in some cases, it can reveal hidden aspects of a relationship. If your partner begins spending money in unusual ways or has unexplained transactions, it's worth taking note. Signs include new purchases you weren't informed about, increased ATM withdrawals, or strange charges on credit card statements. For example, you might notice charges for gifts you didn't receive, hotel stays, or unexplained travel expenses. Perhaps your partner has less disposable income than usual, yet their explanations don't quite add up. While financial habits can change for many reasons, secrecy or vagueness around money is a potential red flag. Before jumping to conclusions, consider the full picture. Are they under financial stress they haven't shared, or could there be a legitimate reason for these expenses? A calm, non-accusatory approach is key. I noticed some new expenses on the statement and wanted to check in. Everything okay? This shows concern rather than blame. Financial transparency is a cornerstone of trust in any partnership. Addressing these concerns directly but calmly can clarify misunderstandings or highlight areas that need attention. As a Stoic, focus on managing your thoughts and reactions while working toward clarity and truth. 5. Frequent arguments or picking fights. Unnecessarily. Conflict is natural in any relationship, but when arguments become frequent, petty, or seem to arise without clear cause, it could be a sign of underlying issues. A partner who starts picking fights over trivial matters might be using conflict as a way to create emotional distance or justify spending time apart. For example, a small mistake like forgetting to pick up groceries turns into a full-blown argument, or they might criticize you for behaviors they previously accepted. This sudden irritability or hypersensitivity often feels out of place and disproportionate. While arguments are not definitive proof of infidelity, they can indicate that something is disrupting the emotional equilibrium of your relationship. Instead of engaging in reactive behavior, take a step back and evaluate the patterns. Ask yourself, has this behavior become a norm? Is it paired with other concerning signs? When addressing these conflicts, try a calm and reflective approach. I've noticed we've been arguing more lately. Is there something we need to talk about? Such conversations can diffuse tension and invite honest dialogue. The Stoic perspective reminds us that we cannot control others' actions, only our response. Stay grounded, observe without judgment, and focus on maintaining your inner peace even amidst emotional turbulence. 6. Change in appearance or personal grooming habits. A sudden and significant change in your partner's appearance or grooming habits can be a sign that they're seeking external validation. While self-improvement is natural and commendable, unexplained efforts to look more attractive, combined with other suspicious behaviors, might warrant attention. Imagine your partner suddenly starts dressing more stylishly, using new cologne, or spending extra time at the gym. These changes could stem from a desire to impress someone new, especially if they don't involve you or your input. It's essential to consider the context. Are these changes tied to a new job, social circle, or personal goals? If so, they might be entirely innocent. However, if they're accompanied by increased secrecy or emotional distance, it could be a red flag. Address your observations with curiosity, not accusation. You've been putting a lot of effort into your appearance lately. It's great. What's inspired the change? This opens the door for an honest response while showing support for their efforts. As a Stoic, avoid jumping to conclusions or letting assumptions cloud your judgment. Focus on facts and approach the situation with grace and patience. Self-improvement can strengthen relationships when it's shared, so use this opportunity to reconnect. 7. Mysterious new friendships or acquaintances. A partner frequently mentioning or spending time with a new friend, especially one you haven't met, can raise questions. If they're vague about this person or seem reluctant to introduce you, it might indicate they're hiding something. For instance, your partner might reference a new co-worker or friend in casual conversation, but deflect when you ask more about them. They may claim these interactions are purely professional or platonic, but avoid sharing details or involving you in their plans. While new friendships are normal and healthy, secrecy around them isn't. A partner who values transparency will naturally include you in their social life. If you feel excluded or left in the dark, it's worth gently probing. You've mentioned person's name a few times. When do I get to meet them? The Stoic approach emphasizes reason over emotion. Resist letting jealousy or insecurity take over. Instead, focus on observing patterns and maintaining open communication. Trust is built on clarity, and seeking mutual understanding can either strengthen your relationship or highlight areas that need attention. 8. Unexplained absences or vague explanations. When a partner frequently disappears or offers vague explanations for their whereabouts, it can signal a shift in priorities. While everyone deserves personal time, a lack of clarity or consistency about how that time is spent may indicate something more concerning. For example, they might claim they're running errands, but return hours later with no clear outcome. Or they might attend social events or outings, but avoid sharing details or photos, leaving you wondering what really happened. It's important to differentiate between occasional absences and a pattern of avoidance. Ask yourself, have they started cancelling plans with you? Are they spending less time at home without reasonable explanations? Instead of reacting with suspicion, approach the situation calmly. You've seemed really busy lately. What's been going on? This gives them a chance to explain without feeling accused. If the response remains vague or defensive, it's worth noting and observing over time. A Stoic mindset reminds us to focus on what's within our control, our actions, our thoughts, and our choices. Don't let the anxiety of the unknown consume you. Seek clarity, but remain composed, using this opportunity to reflect on your expectations and the relationship's transparency. 9. Decrease in intimacy or physical connection. Physical intimacy is a crucial part of many relationships, and a noticeable decline in affection or physical connection can signal emotional or relational challenges. While it's normal for intimacy to fluctuate, a sudden or unexplained decrease may be worth exploring. Imagine your partner starts avoiding touch, cuddling, or sex, often citing tiredness or stress. If this behavior is paired with other signs of detachment, it could indicate they're emotionally or physically investing elsewhere. However, it's essential to consider other factors that might be affecting them, such as work pressure, health issues, or personal struggles. Avoid making assumptions without first seeking understanding. Approach the topic with sensitivity. I've noticed we haven't been as close lately. Is everything okay? I'd love to reconnect. This opens the door for honest dialogue and helps identify whether the issue stems from external stress or the relationship itself. Stoicism teaches us to temper our emotions and focus on constructive action. Instead of dwelling on what's lacking, look for ways to rebuild intimacy through communication, shared experiences, and patience. A relationship thrives when both partners work together to nurture its emotional and physical bonds. 10. Intuition or gut feeling. Indicating something is wrong. Sometimes our instincts sense trouble before we have tangible proof. A persistent gut feeling that something isn't right in your relationship can be unsettling, especially when it's difficult to pinpoint why. For instance, you might notice subtle changes in their tone, a lack of enthusiasm in their interactions, or an unspoken tension when you're together. These feelings may not come with concrete evidence, but they're often your subconscious picking up on inconsistencies. While intuition is valuable, it's important to approach it with balance and reason. Instead of letting it fuel paranoia, use it as a cue to observe patterns and ask thoughtful questions. Reflect on whether this feeling stems from real changes in the relationship or personal fears and insecurities. Start a calm conversation. I've been feeling a little uneasy lately. How do you think we're doing? This allows for open dialogue and gives them a chance to address any concerns. A Stoic perspective encourages us to trust our reason over unchecked emotions. Let your intuition guide you toward clarity, not confrontation. By seeking understanding and focusing on constructive action, you can either confirm your concerns or find peace in knowing your doubts were unfounded. Solutions and how to approach the situation. Recognizing potential signs of infidelity can be distressing, but how you respond makes all the difference. The goal is not to let suspicion consume you, but to navigate the situation with clarity, wisdom, and emotional strength. Here are some constructive approaches. 1. Open and honest communication. The cornerstone of resolving any relationship issue is clear and respectful communication. Once you've observed consistent patterns that concern you, address them calmly. Avoid accusations or emotional outbursts, as these can escalate the situation. Instead, frame your observations neutrally. I've noticed some changes in our relationship lately, and I wanted to talk about it because I care about us. This approach invites dialogue rather than defensiveness. Your tone and intent should signal your desire to understand and work together, not to blame. 2. Observe patterns over time. One moment of secrecy or change in behavior doesn't equate to betrayal. Look for consistent behaviors rather than isolated incidents. Keep a mental or written log of what you observe, focusing on facts rather than assumptions. This helps you remain objective and prevents impulsive reactions. Patience is a virtue. Let time reveal the truth. Trust your ability to remain composed as you gather clarity. 3. Seek advice from trusted sources. Sometimes an outside perspective can help. Share your concerns with a trusted friend, family member, or counselor. Ensure this person can provide balanced, non-judgmental advice. If your emotions feel overwhelming, a therapist or relationship coach can help you navigate them constructively. However, maintain discretion to protect your partner's privacy and avoid spreading unverified concerns. 4. Focus on self-care and personal clarity. Dealing with uncertainty in a relationship can be emotionally draining. Take steps to prioritize your well-being. Journaling. Write down your thoughts and emotions to gain perspective. Self-reflection. Assess your role in the relationship and whether your needs are being met. Therapy or counseling. Professional guidance can help you untangle your feelings and make sound decisions. The Stoic way teaches us to control what we can, our mindset and actions, while accepting what we cannot. Self-care is essential to maintain clarity and composure. By focusing on communication, patience, and self-awareness, you can address your concerns thoughtfully and respectfully. Whether your fears are validated or not, these steps will help you grow stronger, wiser, and more in tune with yourself and your relationship. Recognizing signs of infidelity is a challenging journey, but it doesn't have to lead to despair. Relationships are built on trust, and addressing concerns openly can either reinforce that trust or bring clarity to what needs change. Avoid assumptions or rash actions. Instead, approach the situation with patience and wisdom. Focus on communication, observe behaviors over time, and prioritize your emotional health. Whether you move forward together or separately, this process will help you grow and develop deeper self-awareness. In the end, remember this truth: your worth is not defined by someone else's actions. By embracing clarity and resilience, you can navigate any challenge with grace and strength, paving the way for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. If you found this content insightful, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel for more wisdom on navigating life and relationships, and share your thoughts or takeaways in the comments below. Have you noticed any of these signs before? How did you approach the situation? Your experiences could provide valuable perspectives for others. Thank you for watching, and remember, the path to clarity begins with understanding yourself and the connections you choose to nurture.
Here are 10 terrible signs you are in a toxic friendship that you must know. Have you ever walked away from a conversation with a friend feeling drained, betrayed, or even worse about yourself? Toxic friendships are silent energy thieves, and they could be sabotaging your happiness and success without you even realizing it. Here's the shocking truth. Toxic friendships can harm your mental and emotional well-being as much as, or even more than, bad relationships. And the worst part? You might not even see the signs until it's too late. From constant criticism to subtle manipulation, these friendships leave you questioning your worth and doubting your instincts. Imagine what life would look like if you broke free from these bonds and reclaimed your energy and peace of mind. In this video, we're diving into the 10 terrible signs of a toxic friendship. We'll unpack each one with relatable examples and timeless wisdom to help you spot these red flags and take back control of your relationships. And stick around until the end, where I'll share a Stoic strategy that will empower you to protect your peace, no matter how difficult the situation. Let's get started. 1. Constant criticism and negativity. Friendships should be a source of encouragement and positivity, but when a friend constantly criticizes or demeans you, it becomes toxic. I've been there. excited to share a success or even a small joy, only to be met with sarcasm, judgment, or an outright dismissal. Over time, these small cuts pile up, leaving you questioning your worth or feeling like your achievements are never enough. Stoic philosophy offers a valuable perspective in dealing with such situations. Epictetus reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. When someone habitually criticizes us, their words reflect more about them than us. Their negativity may stem from their own insecurities, frustrations, or inability to celebrate others' successes. Understanding this doesn't excuse their behavior, but it helps us not internalize their words. There's also wisdom in Marcus Aurelius's reflection, choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. For a long time, I allowed the opinions of others to shape how I saw myself. If they criticized my work or mocked my dreams, I'd question whether I was on the right path. But the Stoics teach us to ground our self-worth internally, not in the unstable approval of others. I learned to step back and ask, is their criticism constructive, or is it just noise? Most of the time it was the latter. But knowing this doesn't mean we should tolerate endless negativity. A true friend's feedback may sometimes be uncomfortable, but it should always come from a place of care and a desire to see us grow. Toxic criticism, on the other hand, is intended to diminish us. Seneca wrote, associate with people who are likely to improve you. If a friendship consistently drags you down, it's worth re-evaluating its place in your life. I began setting boundaries when I recognized this pattern in a past friendship. Instead of confronting their negativity with anger, I calmly expressed how their words affected me. Stoicism taught me to remain composed and intentional in my response. When they didn't change, I chose to limit my interaction with them, not out of spite, but to protect my peace. Ultimately, we can't control how others behave, but we can control the friendships we nurture. Surround yourself with those who uplift and inspire, not those who tear you down. That's not just a wise choice. It's a Stoic one. 2. One-sided effort. A friendship should be a two-way street. When you're the one always reaching out, making plans or offering support, it becomes exhausting and unsustainable. I've had friendships where I felt like the glue holding things together, sending the first text, organizing meetups, or being the listening ear every time they needed to vent. But when I needed someone, there was silence. It felt like running a marathon while they casually strolled beside me. Stoic wisdom reminds us to evaluate relationships through a lens of rationality and fairness. Marcus Aurelius wrote, what is not good for the beehive cannot be good for the bees. A friendship that lacks mutual effort disrupts the harmony of both individuals. It leaves one person depleted while the other benefits without reciprocation. This imbalance is not just unkind, it's unhealthy. I used to justify one-sided friendships, convincing myself that maybe they were just busy or going through something. But Epictetus urges us to focus on what is within our control. Attach yourself to what is in harmony with your nature. If your natural state is to give and connect, yet someone continually neglects your efforts, that misalignment is worth examining. Their behavior isn't something you can control, but your choice to invest in that relationship is. Recognizing one-sided effort doesn't mean immediately cutting someone off. Instead, as the Stoics would advise, approach the situation with clarity and composure. Seneca reminds us, a gift consists not in what is done or given, but in the intention of the giver. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I first communicated openly. I let them know how I felt, calmly and without blame, hoping for a shift. When nothing changed, I reduced my efforts, saving my energy for relationships that felt balanced and rewarding. This wasn't easy. Part of me feared losing the friendship altogether, but the Stoics taught me to accept impermanence. Marcus Aurelius advised, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a privilege it is to be alive, to think, to enjoy, to love." I chose to redirect my love and care toward friendships that honored reciprocity, and in doing so, I found deeper fulfillment. Ultimately, a healthy friendship is about mutual care and effort. If you're constantly overextending yourself, pause and reflect. Is this a friendship or a one-sided obligation? Stoicism encourages us to invest wisely, not just in things, but in people. 3. Manipulation and control. Friendship thrives on trust and mutual respect, but manipulation and control poison that foundation. A toxic friend might use guilt, emotional blackmail, or subtle pressure to sway you into doing things their way. I've experienced this firsthand. A friend who would frame every request as a test of loyalty, or who'd act hurt when I set boundaries, making me feel like the villain for prioritizing my needs. Stoic philosophy offers powerful tools to navigate such dynamics. Epictetus reminds us, "If someone is able to provoke you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation." Manipulative friends often rely on emotional triggers, guilt, fear, or the desire to please. They count on our reactions to keep control. But when we pause and reflect instead of reacting, we reclaim our power. Their words and actions lose their grip on us. Marcus Aurelius's wisdom also applies here. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. In my case, I started to recognize the patterns. When my friend used guilt to control me, I asked myself, is this demand reasonable? Would they act the same way if roles were reversed? The answer was often no. By grounding my decisions in reason rather than emotion, I began to see their manipulation for what it was, a tactic, not a truth. It's crucial, however, not to respond to manipulation with anger or retaliation. Stoics advocate for calm and measured action. Seneca wrote, "The best revenge is not to be like your enemy." When I confronted my friend about their behavior, I did so with composure, explaining how their actions made me feel and why it was affecting our friendship. This allowed me to set boundaries without escalating the situation. Still, not all manipulative relationships can be salvaged. If a friend refuses to respect your autonomy, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Epictetus advises, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. By stepping away, you set a standard for how you deserve to be treated, not just by others, but by yourself. Friendship should empower, not control. If someone's behavior feels like manipulation, it's a sign to reflect, act with integrity, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics would say, you cannot control their actions, but you can control your response. 4. Jealousy and competitiveness. True friends celebrate your victories as if they were their own. But in a toxic friendship, jealousy and competitiveness take the stage. I've been in situations where sharing good news, landing a job, achieving a goal, or even just a small success was met with forced smiles or subtle attempts to downplay my accomplishments. Sometimes they'd turn the conversation back to their own achievements or hint at why my success wasn't such a big deal. After all, Stoicism teaches us that envy is a reflection of inner turmoil, not of the person it's directed at. Seneca wrote, "The mind that is anxious about future events is miserable. A friend's jealousy often stems from their fear of inadequacy, their struggle with their own goals, or their inability to measure up to their internal expectations." Recognizing this helped me see that their reactions weren't about me, but about their own insecurities. Still, it's not easy to deal with a friend who turns every moment into a competition. Marcus Aurelius provides guidance. The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way. Their envy challenged me to focus on what mattered most, my own values and growth. Instead of seeking their approval, I began asking myself, am I proud of this accomplishment? Does it align with my goals? By shifting my perspective, I became less affected by their behavior. However, that doesn't mean tolerating toxic competitiveness indefinitely. As Epictetus advises, it is not things themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about those things. When jealousy repeatedly overshadowed our friendship, I addressed it. I calmly explained how their reactions made me feel, highlighting that a true friend's joy is multiplied by shared success, not diminished by it. In one case, this conversation improved the friendship. In another, it didn't. When their competitiveness remained toxic, I followed Seneca's wisdom. Withdraw into yourself as far as you can. I chose to distance myself from that friendship, not with bitterness, but with an understanding that some relationships aren't meant to last. A friend's jealousy shouldn't dim your light or make you shrink yourself. A genuine friendship is a partnership in growth and joy. When competitiveness replaces camaraderie, Stoicism encourages us to focus on our path, maintain our inner tranquility, and seek relationships that uplift rather than undermine us. 5. Disrespecting boundaries. Healthy friendships. Respect personal boundaries, but toxic ones often disregard them. Maybe it's a friend who constantly interrupts your downtime, insists on knowing every detail of your life, or pressures you into situations you're uncomfortable with. I've been in friendships where saying no felt impossible because it would lead to guilt trips or passive-aggressive comments. Over time, this eroded my sense of autonomy and left me feeling overwhelmed. Stoicism reminds us that boundaries are essential for maintaining our inner peace. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Recognizing your own values, needs, and limits is the first step in setting boundaries. If you don't know what you stand for, it's easy for others to impose their expectations and desires on you. Marcus Aurelius offers wisdom for handling such situations. Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. This doesn't mean letting others walk all over you. It means understanding that their actions are theirs to own, while your responsibility is to uphold your principles. When I encountered a friend who constantly pushed my limits, I had to practice self-discipline. Instead of reacting emotionally, I calmly and firmly restated my boundaries. Setting boundaries in a Stoic way means doing so without anger or resentment. Seneca advised, "Anger, an acid that can do more harm to the vessel in which it is stored than to anything on which it is poured." When my friend ignored my boundaries, I chose not to retaliate, but to explain why those boundaries mattered. I said, "I value our friendship, but I also need time to recharge," or "I feel uncomfortable when you pressure me into decisions I'm not ready to make." This approach preserved my dignity and communicated my needs clearly. Sometimes, however, even after setting boundaries, the behavior doesn't change. In those cases, the Stoics teach us to accept what we cannot control. Epictetus reminds us, We cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them. If a friend consistently disrespects your limits, it's okay to distance yourself. Doing so isn't selfish, it's self-preservation. Friendships thrive on mutual respect. When someone dismisses your boundaries, it's a sign that the relationship may not be as healthy as it should be. Stoicism empowers us to assert our values, protect our peace, and cultivate relationships where boundaries are honored. 6. Lack of empathy. A true friend listens, understands, and empathizes when you share your struggles or joys. But in a toxic friendship, empathy is often missing. You may notice they brush off your feelings, quickly turn the conversation back to themselves, or even mock your vulnerability. I've been in friendships where opening up felt pointless because I knew my emotions wouldn't be met with care or understanding. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the importance of understanding others while maintaining our own peace. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" This wisdom taught me to approach the situation with compassion rather than frustration. A friend's lack of empathy might stem from their own struggles or a lack of emotional awareness. Recognizing this can help us avoid taking their indifference personally. However, Stoicism doesn't mean tolerating such behavior endlessly. Epictetus advises us to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. When a friend consistently shows a lack of empathy, it's a sign to reassess the relationship. I realized that surrounding myself with people who cared about my feelings made a significant difference in my well-being. One way to address this issue is by modeling empathy yourself. Seneca wrote, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness." When I noticed a friend's lack of empathy, I chose to respond to their struggles with understanding, even when they didn't reciprocate. This approach sometimes encouraged them to mirror that behavior back to me. But when it didn't, I understood that their emotional limitations were not my responsibility to fix. If a lack of empathy persists, Stoicism teaches us to let go gracefully. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You can leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Life is too short to invest deeply in relationships that lack mutual care and understanding. Choosing to step away isn't about anger. It's about prioritizing your mental and emotional health. Empathy is the cornerstone of meaningful friendships. If someone consistently disregards your emotions, it may be time to distance yourself and seek connections that honor mutual understanding and support. Stoicism reminds us to act with kindness, but also with clarity and self-respect. 7. Gossiping about you. Trust is the foundation of any friendship, but when a friend gossips about you, spreading personal details, sharing secrets, or speaking negatively behind your back, it feels like a betrayal. I've experienced this before, discovering that someone I trusted had been sharing my vulnerabilities with others. It was like being stabbed in the back by someone who was supposed to have my best interests at heart. Stoic philosophy offers a steadying perspective in such moments of betrayal. Epictetus reminds us, "What other people say about you is not your concern. Your concern is what you think about yourself." While gossip can sting, it's important not to let it define your self-worth. Their words reflect their character, not yours. When I learned about a friend's gossip, I reminded myself that their actions were a result of their insecurities, not a judgment of my value. Seneca advises, "If you live according to nature, you will never be poor. If you live according to opinion, you will never be rich." This principle taught me to detach from the opinions of others, including friends. Instead of obsessing over what they said or why they said it, I focused on whether I had acted in alignment with my own values. If my conscience was clear, their gossip lost its power over me. Confronting gossip requires courage and tact. Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." When I approached the friend who had gossiped about me, I stayed calm and direct, explaining how their actions had damaged my trust. Instead of attacking them, I shared my feelings and allowed them to respond. This Stoic approach helped me address the issue without escalating it. Unfortunately, not all friendships recover from betrayal. As Epictetus teaches, he who is not a good friend to himself cannot be a good friend to anyone else. If a friend continues to gossip or fails to take responsibility for their actions, it's okay to walk away. Removing toxic influences from your life is an act of self-respect, not hostility. A true friend safeguards your secrets and speaks well of you when you're not around. If someone consistently breaks this trust, Stoicism encourages us to let go of resentment, protect our peace, and seek relationships built on loyalty and integrity. 8. Draining your energy. Spending time with a friend should leave you feeling uplifted and connected, not exhausted. But with a toxic friend, the opposite often happens. Whether it's their constant negativity, endless drama, or neediness, these interactions can feel like an emotional drain. I've had friendships where I left every conversation feeling more stressed than before, as though my energy had been siphoned away. Stoicism provides powerful insights for navigating such relationships. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People exist for one another. Teach them or bear with them." This reminds us that while it's natural to support a friend in need, there's a balance to maintain. If someone's constant issues are consuming your time and energy, you're not obligated to sacrifice your well-being. Stoicism emphasizes rational decision-making, not emotional martyrdom. One way I addressed this issue was by setting boundaries, something Epictetus often emphasized. He advised, "Know what you can bear and carry no more than your share." For example, when a friend frequently turned every interaction into a venting session, I calmly but firmly expressed that I couldn't always be available for their emotional unloading. Instead of cutting them off, I suggested specific times we could talk or offered other forms of support, like recommending a therapist or group where they could share their burdens more effectively. Seneca also offers wisdom for handling energy-draining relationships. Associate with those who make a better man of you. If a friendship leaves you feeling depleted instead of inspired, it's a sign to reevaluate its place in your life. I started prioritizing relationships that were more reciprocal, where I felt supported as much as I offered support. It's also essential not to respond with frustration or resentment. Stoicism teaches us to approach challenges with equanimity. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of being annoyed by my friend's behavior, I shifted my perspective. I saw their constant negativity as a reflection of their struggles rather than a personal attack. Ultimately, friendships should bring balance, not exhaustion. If a relationship consistently drains your energy, it's okay to step back and focus on connections that nourish your soul. As the Stoics teach, protecting your peace isn't selfish. It's essential for living a virtuous and fulfilling life. 9. Inconsistent loyalty. Loyalty is the bedrock of trust in a friendship. When a friend's loyalty wavers, being supportive one day and dismissive or hurtful the next, it leaves you walking on eggshells, unsure of where you stand. I've had friends who were dependable in good times but disappeared or acted indifferent during challenges. This inconsistency created doubt and made me question whether I could truly rely on them. Stoic wisdom offers a clear framework for dealing with such situations. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." A loyal friend's actions reflect their inner principles. When loyalty is inconsistent, it's often because their priorities, values, or emotions fluctuate. Recognizing this helps you avoid taking their behavior personally. It's not about your worth, but their lack of steadiness. Seneca also advises us to observe relationships carefully. Trust is earned, not given. I've learned that loyalty isn't proven by grand gestures in moments of ease, but by consistency over time, especially during difficulties. When a friend's loyalty faltered, I took a step back and reflected. Were their actions truly aligned with the values of friendship I hold dear? If not, it was time to reevaluate how much energy I invested in that relationship. Addressing inconsistent loyalty requires courage and directness, but it should be done with the Stoic virtue of calmness. Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Instead of confronting my friend with anger or blame, I approached the issue with curiosity. "I've noticed you've been distant lately. Is something going on?" This opened the door to understanding rather than conflict. Still, some relationships may not recover. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste what remains of your life on what others think of you." If a friend's inconsistency continues to disrupt your peace, it's okay to step away. This doesn't mean holding a grudge. It means prioritizing friendships that foster mutual trust and reliability. True friendship is about showing up, not just when it's convenient, but consistently. If a friend's loyalty wavers, reflect, address the issue calmly, and protect your inner peace. As the Stoics teach, focus on cultivating relationships that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth. 10. Undermining your growth. Friendships should inspire and encourage you to become the best version of yourself. However, in a toxic friendship, your growth may be met with subtle sabotage, discouragement, or indifference. I've had friends who reacted to my efforts to improve with dismissive remarks, backhanded compliments, or even outright attempts to pull me back to old habits. It's as though my growth threatened their comfort zone. The Stoics remind us that personal growth is a central part of living a virtuous life. Epictetus said, "First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." A true friend supports this process, but a toxic one often feels left behind or insecure about their own stagnation. Recognizing this helped me see that their attempts to undermine me weren't about my growth. They were about their fear of change. When I noticed this pattern in a friendship, I reflected on Seneca's advice. Associate with those who help you be your best. A good friend should celebrate your progress and encourage your efforts to improve. I began asking myself, does this friendship align with my values and goals? Does it support the person I want to become? If the answer was no, I knew it was time to reevaluate the relationship. Addressing this issue requires a Stoic approach. Calm, rational, and composed. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." Instead of accusing my friend of sabotaging me, I explained how their actions or comments made me feel. I shared my goals and why they mattered, giving them a chance to understand and support me. In some cases, this led to a deeper connection as they realized the impact of their behavior. In others, their resistance to change or continued negativity made it clear that the friendship was holding me back. As Epictetus teaches, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Letting go of friendships that undermine your growth isn't easy, but it's necessary for your well-being. Stoicism teaches us to act with integrity, prioritize our values, and seek relationships that encourage our journey toward self-improvement. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your growth and inspire you to keep striving for excellence. Toxic friendships can be hard to spot and even harder to let go of, but recognizing these red flags is the first step toward protecting your peace and building healthier relationships. Remember, true friends uplift and inspire, not drain or diminish you. As the Stoics teach us, we can't control how others act, but we can control the company we keep. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like it and subscribe to the channel for more insights on navigating relationships and living a wiser, more intentional life. I'd also love to hear from you. What resonated most with you? Have you ever experienced any of these signs in a friendship? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's start a conversation that helps all of us grow. Thank you for watching, and until next time, take care of your inner peace. It's worth everything. Today, we are setting out to understand anger, a force that often disrupts our peace and clarity. Anger is not an enemy to be feared, but a natural response that can either consume us or be transformed into something constructive. Stoicism teaches us that our emotions, while natural, need not dictate our actions or cloud our judgment. Instead, we can learn to approach anger with wisdom, using it to uncover deeper truths about ourselves. In this session, we'll explore how to meet anger with patience, understanding, and, ultimately, self-mastery. We'll look at practical ways to transform anger into clarity and frustration into insight, allowing us to engage with life's challenges from a place of inner calm and resilience. The Stoics believed that freedom comes from within, and that a truly powerful individual is one who masters themselves, not others. As we go through these principles, I invite you to reflect on how each can guide you toward a more peaceful, fulfilling life. 1. See anger as a signal, not a solution. I've learned that anger often points us towards something deeper, like an unmet need, a boundary crossed, or even a fear lurking beneath the surface. For example, if I'm frustrated with a friend who's consistently late, my anger isn't necessarily about the wait. It's often about feeling disrespected or undervalued. Recognizing this underlying reason helps me to separate the situation from my reaction. Instead of seeing anger as a call to react immediately, I can view it as a reminder to address my needs in a constructive way. This perspective shift takes practice. When I feel anger rise, I pause and ask myself, what is this really about? This simple question can transform anger from a force that clouds judgment into a tool for self-discovery. It encourages me to dig deeper and confront the root issue. Maybe I need to set clearer boundaries, communicate better, or work on my own insecurities. Viewing anger as a signal rather than a solution also makes interactions more productive. Instead of letting anger take control, I take responsibility for understanding and addressing my own needs. This practice has helped me maintain stronger, healthier relationships because I'm not constantly reacting to surface-level frustrations. Instead, I'm tackling the underlying issues, which leads to growth for everyone involved. It's about using anger as a catalyst for change, not as fuel for conflict. 2. Treat patience as a muscle to strengthen. I used to think patience was something you either had or didn't. But Stoic philosophy taught me that patience is a skill, like a muscle you can train and strengthen over time. Imagine waiting in a long line or dealing with traffic. Two situations that used to make me tense up. Instead of getting frustrated, I now see these as little patience workouts. Each time I choose to stay calm, it's like doing a mental rep that builds my patience for bigger challenges. To practice, I start by focusing on my breathing when frustration builds. I'll count each inhale and exhale, letting my mind settle. I might also use the moment to think of something I'm grateful for. For example, if I'm stuck in traffic, I remind myself how lucky I am to have a reliable car or to be heading home to loved ones. It sounds simple, but this shift in focus helps me turn what would have been a stressful moment into a peaceful one. Over time, these small exercises add up, and I've noticed I'm much more patient in situations that used to frustrate me. Whether it's handling delays or managing people who test my limits, patience has become a skill I can lean on. Treating patience as something I can improve has been a game changer, and it's helped me approach life with more ease and resilience. 3. Recognize what's within your control. One of the most transformative Stoic principles is the idea of control. There's so much in life we have zero power over, from other people's behavior to unexpected events. This used to frustrate me endlessly because I felt like things were happening to me. But Stoicism teaches us to focus only on what we can control: our actions, our responses, and our mindset. For instance, if someone acts rudely, it's tempting to take it personally and react in kind. But recognizing that I can't control their behavior, only my response, gives me a new sense of freedom. Instead of feeling like a victim to their actions, I focus on how I choose to react. This shift has been incredibly empowering. I no longer waste energy trying to change things that are beyond my control. Instead, I invest that energy into areas where I can make a real difference, like my own thoughts and behaviors. I also apply this to broader life situations. If a project at work doesn't go as planned, or a trip gets cancelled, I remind myself that while I can't change these outcomes, I can control how I react. Maybe I use that extra time to pursue a hobby or spend time with family. This mindset shift has made my life much more peaceful because I'm no longer fighting against the inevitable. Instead, I'm focusing on what's within my reach. 4. Use mindfulness to catch yourself early. Mindfulness has been a game changer for me when it comes to managing anger. It's easy to get caught up in the heat of the moment, especially when something triggers us unexpectedly. But practicing mindfulness, staying aware of my thoughts and feelings in real time, has helped me catch anger early before it spirals out of control. When I feel that initial surge of frustration, I take a deep breath and focus on the sensation of breathing. This simple act brings me back to the present and creates a little mental pause. In that space, I can decide whether the situation really warrants a big reaction or if it's something I can let go of. Often I find that this quick pause is enough to see things more clearly. For example, if I get a frustrating email, I no longer fire off a response right away. I breathe, let the initial reaction settle, and come back to it when I'm calm. This practice of mindfulness has saved me from saying or doing things I'd regret. Over time, I've become better at recognizing anger as it arises, allowing me to control it rather than let it control me. Mindfulness isn't a cure-all, but it's a powerful tool. It gives me the space to choose my response consciously, rather than being driven by emotion. The more I practice, the more natural it becomes, helping me stay grounded in the moments that matter most. 5. Turn anger into curiosity. I used to see anger as something to suppress or avoid, but Stoicism introduced me to a different approach, turning anger into curiosity. Instead of reacting right away, I now try to ask myself, why does this bother me? This question shifts my focus from the external trigger to my internal response, helping me understand the deeper reasons behind my anger. For instance, if a friend makes a hurtful comment, my immediate reaction might be to feel defensive. But instead of snapping back, I pause and ask, what's really going on here? Sometimes I realize the comment triggered an insecurity of mine, or maybe I'm just tired and more sensitive. This insight doesn't excuse rude behavior, but it helps me respond thoughtfully instead of react impulsively. Curiosity also allows me to see the other person's perspective. Maybe they're dealing with their own issues or didn't mean to come across the way they did. By approaching anger with curiosity, I turn potentially tense moments into opportunities for growth and understanding. This approach has not only helped me manage my anger, but has also deepened my empathy and improved my relationships. 6. Practice empathy toward others' flaws. It's easy to get frustrated with others when they mess up or don't meet our expectations. But Stoicism reminds me to see these moments as opportunities to practice empathy. For instance, if someone makes a mistake at work or acts rudely, I try to consider what they might be going through. Maybe they're stressed, dealing with personal issues, or simply had a rough day. Instead of reacting with anger, I remind myself that they're human too, just like me. This shift from judgment to empathy has helped me stay calm and respond with compassion rather than frustration. It doesn't mean excusing poor behavior, it just means choosing understanding over anger. This mindset has not only made me more patient, but also improved my relationships, as people feel more comfortable around someone who sees their flaws with kindness. 7. Forgive to find freedom. Forgiveness used to feel like letting someone off the hook, but Stoicism has taught me that forgiveness is really about freeing myself. When I hold on to anger, I'm carrying that burden around with me, replaying events that only weigh me down. But when I choose to forgive, I'm not saying the hurtful behavior was okay. I'm simply releasing its hold over my peace of mind. One way I practice forgiveness is by reminding myself, I release this because it no longer serves me. Saying this out loud or in my mind gives me a sense of closure. Over time, I've noticed that forgiveness isn't about the other person at all. It's about choosing peace for myself. And when I let go of anger, I make space for more positive emotions, like compassion and joy. 8. Embrace the impermanence of feelings. One powerful Stoic insight is the recognition that everything, our anger, happiness, even challenges, is temporary. This concept has helped me immensely, especially during tough times. When I feel overwhelmed by anger, I remind myself, this, too, shall pass. Knowing that emotions are fleeting helps me ride out the storm without making impulsive decisions I might later regret. It's like watching waves crash on the shore. They come and go, but they don't stay. Realizing that anger is just a passing wave gives me the patience to let it flow without getting swept away. This practice helps me avoid saying or doing things I'll regret, all because I know the feeling is temporary. 9. Stop expecting others to understand. Sometimes my frustration stems from expecting others to get me, to understand my point of view. But not everyone will, and that's okay. When I let go of the need for others to fully understand or validate my feelings, I feel lighter and more at peace. I remind myself that my inner peace isn't dependent on others' opinions or approval. This doesn't mean I stop expressing myself, but I'm no longer waiting for a specific reaction. By releasing the expectation that others should see things my way, I feel less frustration and more acceptance, creating space for calm and mutual respect in my interactions. 10. Reflect on past anger to build future resilience. Reflecting on past moments when I let anger take over has been invaluable. I'll look back and ask myself, what could I have done differently? Did my reaction help or hurt the situation? This isn't about self-blame. It's about learning and growing so I can handle similar situations better in the future. Each reflection builds my resilience, helping me recognize patterns and improve my responses over time. By understanding how I handled past situations, I prepare myself to respond more calmly and constructively when anger inevitably comes up again. This process has helped me develop greater emotional strength and wisdom over time. Thank you for joining me on this journey to understand anger through a Stoic lens. Remember, Stoicism isn't about suppressing emotions, but about mastering our responses to them. Anger, like any emotion, is fleeting and doesn't have to define us. When we choose patience over impulse, we gain true freedom, the power to shape our own actions and find peace within, regardless of external circumstances. If these Stoic principles resonate with you and you're eager to cultivate more resilience and calm in your life, please give this video a like and consider subscribing to the channel. Together, we can continue exploring insights that bring us closer to inner strength and wisdom. And if you have your own thoughts or stories on managing anger, drop them in the comments below. I'd love to hear from you. Let's keep building a community centered on growth and wisdom. Today we're diving into 10 powerful habits that, in just 1 week, sparked incredible changes in my life. I know what you're thinking. Can such transformation happen so quickly? I wouldn't believe it either if I hadn't experienced it myself. These aren't your usual self-help tricks, but deep, practical habits that brought clarity, calm, and real growth. From struggles to breakthroughs, I've tested each one, and the impact has been life-altering. So grab a coffee, settle in, and stick around, because by the end, you'll have actionable, realistic steps that you can start today, complete with some personal stories that show just how powerful these habits can be. Let's jump in. Habit 1. Practicing daily gratitude. This habit was simple yet incredibly uplifting. Each morning I started listing 3 things I was grateful for, from big accomplishments to small moments of joy. Reflecting on the positives grounded me and shifted my focus toward abundance, making challenges feel more manageable. It's easy to get caught up in the stresses of daily life, but gratitude brings us back to what's truly important. If you're feeling overwhelmed, try writing down a few things you're thankful for each morning. You might be surprised by how much lighter and more positive it makes you feel. Habit 2. Journaling. Journaling was something I'd always thought of as just for deep thinkers, but dedicating 10 minutes each night to write about my day changed everything. I started with simple notes about what made me happy, what I struggled with, and soon it became a space for real self-reflection. The habit revealed patterns in my thoughts, fears, and desires. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I wrote down everything I was feeling, and it brought clarity and peace. I even started jotting down 3 things I was grateful for each day, which helped me shift focus from what was lacking to what I already had. It's a grounding habit that's as therapeutic as it is insightful. Habit 3. Setting a daily intention. This was a small but profound change. Every morning, I take a few minutes to set a single intention for the day, like practice patience or focus on gratitude. It created a mindful approach to my day and reminded me of my priorities when things got hectic. I found myself more focused, grounded, and in tune with my actions. Setting an intention doesn't have to be complicated. Think of it as giving your day a purpose or a theme. It can be a powerful anchor in moments of stress. Habit 4. Waking up early. The first game changer was simply waking up earlier. I used to be a late riser, hitting snooze until the last minute. Mornings were rushed and chaotic, setting a hectic tone for the whole day. But when I challenged myself to start waking up at 5 a.m., things changed, and fast. Those first days weren't easy, but by day 3, I began to feel the calm and quiet that came with the early hours. There's something almost magical about having the world to yourself as it wakes up. With those extra moments, I could stretch, meditate, and plan my day without feeling rushed. Even watching the sunrise felt grounding and gave me a renewed sense of gratitude. If you're not a morning person, try setting your alarm 15 minutes earlier each day. Those small steps toward an unrushed start will pay off in ways you can't imagine. Habit 5. Daily exercise. The second habit that shifted my life was committing to daily exercise. I wasn't a fitness fanatic and used every excuse to skip workouts. I'm too tired, there's no time, you name it. But one week I decided enough was enough. I started with just 20 minutes each day, mixing up light jogs, yoga, and simple strength exercises. Initially my muscles ached and I felt exhausted, but by the 4th day I was waking up with more energy, my mood brighter, and my focus sharper. Exercise became less about calories and more about a daily dose of self-care. It was a moment to connect with myself, leave behind stress, and tune in to my own needs. Habit 6. Mindful eating. Mindful eating was a small change that had a big impact. I used to eat quickly, often while on my phone or laptop, barely paying attention. But when I committed to eating without distractions, I realized how much I'd been missing. By setting aside screens and slowing down, I began to taste and enjoy each bite, noticing the flavors and textures as though experiencing them for the first time. Eating slowly helped me recognize when I was full and naturally reduced overeating. This mindful practice brought gratitude and awareness to my meals, helping me connect with food in a healthier, more fulfilling way. Habit 7. Practicing self-compassion. The final habit was a lesson in self-compassion. Whenever I stumbled or faced setbacks, I tended to be hard on myself. But instead, I started reminding myself to be as kind to myself as I would to a friend. Whenever I made a mistake, I'd pause, take a breath, and remind myself that it's okay to not be perfect. Self-compassion became a powerful tool in my growth, helping me recover from setbacks faster and with more resilience. Remember, progress isn't a straight line, and self-kindness goes a long way. Habit 8. Decluttering my space. I'd underestimated how much clutter in my physical space was affecting my mental space. I started by setting aside 10 minutes each day to clear one area of my home, a desk, a drawer, or a closet. As I decluttered, I felt a sense of relief and clarity. noticing how much easier it was to focus and relax. Having a tidy space gave me a calm, clear environment to start and end my days. If you find yourself feeling overwhelmed or distracted, try small decluttering sessions. It's amazing how much peace a clean space can bring. Habit 9. Limiting screen time. Limiting screen time was one of the harder habits to tackle. Our screens have become our lifelines, but I realized they were draining my energy, affecting my sleep, and distracting me from the present. I set a daily limit of 1 hour for non-essential screen use, which was tough but enlightening. Suddenly I had extra time to read, go for a walk, and reconnect with forgotten hobbies. I even found my sleep improving as I left my phone out of my bedtime routine. Reclaiming that time helped me be more present, more engaged, and less anxious. If you're struggling to cut back, start by setting small limits and see how it feels. Habit 10. Learning something new. Every day, whether it's reading a few pages of a book, listening to a podcast, or trying out a new skill, committing to learning each day brought a refreshing sense of growth. I realized I was often stuck in my routine, and by setting aside even 10-15 minutes for learning, I opened myself to new ideas and perspectives. It could be as simple as a few words in a new language or watching an educational video. Learning daily keeps your mind sharp and adds a little spark of excitement to each day. It's a reminder that growth doesn't have to be big or immediate. It's in those consistent small steps. Each of these 10 habits has been transformative in its own way, contributing to a more mindful, balanced, and fulfilling life. If any of these resonate with you, try incorporating 1 or 2 into your week. Start small, embrace the process, and remember, it's about progress, not perfection. Share your thoughts below. I'd love to hear which habits you're trying, or if you have questions on how to start. And of course, if you found this helpful, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell for more life-changing insights. Thanks for joining me on this journey. Remember, small steps can lead to massive transformations. See you in the next video, and keep being awesome. Most people avoid directly telling you they dislike you, instead hiding behind polite gestures and surface-level friendliness. They might appear supportive, but subtle actions often reveal the truth. Recognizing these signs early allows you to protect your energy and prioritize relationships that genuinely bring value to your life. Here are 10 signs that someone may be harboring hidden resentment toward you, with personal examples for relatability. First sign, they disappear when you need support. You know the saying, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Well, some people seem to disappear the moment you actually need them. I remember a time when I was going through a really tough breakup. I reached out to a friend I thought would be there, but every call went to voicemail. Every text got a short, busy right now response. Meanwhile, I'd see them active on social media, posting about weekend adventures. It hit hard because I had been there for this friend through their dark times, and seeing that they couldn't do the same made me realize something. Real friends don't vanish when the going gets tough. If someone only sticks around for the good times, it's a sign they might not genuinely care about you. You deserve people who show up when it matters most, even if it's just a call to check in. Second sign, subtle exclusion from plans. Have you ever scrolled through your social media feed only to find out your friends had a blast without you? I remember checking Instagram one Saturday night and seeing pictures of my friend group at this amazing concert I would have loved to go to, only no one had told me about it. When I brought it up casually later, they all acted surprised, saying, "Oh, we thought you were busy," or "It was so last minute." It stung because, deep down, I knew that if they'd really wanted me there, they would have asked, Real friends make sure you know about plans. When people repeatedly leave you out, it's often a subtle, passive way of saying they don't value your presence. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but accepting it can help you redirect your energy to people who genuinely want you around. Third sign. Their jokes are always at your expense. Light-hearted teasing is one thing, but when someone's jokes consistently poke fun at your insecurities or flaws, it's a red flag. I used to laugh along with a friend who'd constantly make jokes about my quirky work habits or the way I'd dress, thinking it was harmless. But over time, those jokes started chipping away at my confidence. I'd second-guess what I wore or feel self-conscious about speaking up at work. If someone's jokes leave you feeling small or hurt, it's often a way of masking deeper resentment or disrespect. A real friend doesn't need to mock your quirks to have a laugh. They support you as you are. Learning to say, "That's not funny to me," and setting boundaries with so-called jokes can make a huge difference in how you see yourself and how others treat you. Fourth sign. They avoid physical contact. Have you ever gone to give someone a high five, a hug, or even just a casual touch on the shoulder, only for them to pull away like you're contagious? I had a colleague who was warm and friendly with everyone else, but every time I'd offer a simple handshake or friendly pat, they'd awkwardly sidestep it. At first I thought maybe they just weren't a touchy person, but seeing them be tactile with everyone else was a bit of an eye-opener. Physical contact is a basic human connection, so when someone goes out of their way to avoid it with you, they're communicating a level of discomfort or distance. It might be hard to admit, but paying attention to these subtle cues can save you from investing in relationships where the other person isn't fully on board. Tranquil. Fifth sign. They give backhanded compliments. Have you ever received a compliment that didn't feel good at all? Once, after pouring my heart into a work project, a colleague looked at me and said, "Wow, that turned out surprisingly well for you." It was one of those compliments that left me feeling confused and a little bruised. It took me a while to realize that they weren't genuinely happy for me. They were subtly putting me down. These backhanded compliments are often hidden attempts to keep you questioning your abilities. If a friend's compliments leave you feeling small, it's time to call it out, or at the very least, recognize that their words have more to do with their insecurities than your worth. Sixth sign. They avoid making eye contact. Eye contact is one of the most basic yet powerful ways we connect with each other. I had a friend who, after a small disagreement, started looking everywhere but at me during conversations. They'd glance at their phone, look at the wall, anywhere but my eyes. It made everything feel awkward and distant. When someone consistently avoids eye contact, it's often because they're uncomfortable or hiding something. I learned that rather than ignoring these signs, it's best to address them. If you're sensing that someone feels uneasy around you, bring it up gently. It might clear the air or help you realize they're not worth the emotional energy. Seventh sign. They're busy, only when it comes to you. Have you ever had a friend who's always busy when you try to make plans, but somehow has time for everyone else? I tried reconnecting with an old friend, only to be met with excuse after excuse. Meanwhile, I'd see them hanging out with mutual friends. It's hard to admit, but the truth is, if someone really wants to spend time with you, they'll find a way. I learned that it wasn't about their schedule. It was about their priorities. Real friends don't keep you on the back burner. They make time for you because they want you in their life. So, if someone is constantly busy just with you, it may be time to stop chasing after them. Eighth sign, they gossip about you behind your back. Gossip can be incredibly painful, especially when it comes from someone you trusted. I once confided in a friend about a personal issue, only to hear a distorted version of my story come back to me from mutual friends. When I confronted them, they acted like it was no big deal. But gossip is never harmless. It's a betrayal that erodes trust. True friends respect your privacy and protect your reputation. I learned that if someone is eager to share your personal matters with others, they're showing you they're not worthy of your trust. Surround yourself with people who honor the trust you place in them. Ninth sign, they regularly undermine your opinions. When someone constantly shoots down your ideas or always corrects your opinions, they're subtly showing they don't value your perspective. I remember sharing my opinion in a group setting, only for one person to jump in with, "Well, actually," every time. It wasn't that they disagreed, it was that they seemed determined to undermine me. It felt like they enjoyed making me second-guess myself. Real friends don't need to assert dominance over you. They respect your opinions even when they differ. When you notice this pattern, remind yourself that your voice matters and don't let someone else diminish it. 10th sign, they're polite but distant. Have you ever met someone who's always polite but never genuinely warm? I once worked with someone who was nice on the surface, but the conversations never went deeper than, "Hey, how's it going?" They'd never ask about my interests, my life, or anything personal, and after a while, it felt like I was talking to a wall. Sometimes politeness can be a mask, a way for someone to keep you at a comfortable distance without building any real connection. When someone feels polite but distant, they're showing they're not interested in forming a meaningful bond. It's okay to let go and focus on people who genuinely want to know you beyond the surface. Recognizing these signs isn't always easy, especially when you want to see the best in people, but taking a step back and observing how others treat you allows you to invest your energy in relationships that are authentic and fulfilling. Stoicism teaches us that self-respect and emotional peace are worth more than maintaining connections with those who don't value us. By paying attention to these signs, you can create space for people who genuinely support, celebrate, and uplift you, enriching your life in ways that truly matter.
A lack of friends indicates what? Have you ever felt the sting of loneliness, wondering why meaningful friendships seem so elusive? In a world bustling with social media connections, the lack of true friends can be a perplexing and painful experience. What if the answer lies not in the quantity of people around you, but in the depths of ancient wisdom? In this video, we delve into the timeless teachings of Stoicism to uncover the profound truths about friendships. We'll explore how trust issues, social skills, and life circumstances intertwine to shape our social world. Through the lens of Stoic philosophy, we will reveal practical strategies to build authentic and meaningful relationships, even in the face of modern challenges. Prepare to embark on a journey of self-discovery and transformation, guided by the principles of Stoic wisdom. Let's uncover how a lack of friends might be more about the invisible barriers within us and how we can break free from them to cultivate deeper, more fulfilling connections. Number 1, mental well-being. In the intricate dance of human connections, our mental well-being plays a pivotal role. Stoic philosophy offers profound insights for those grappling with mental health challenges that hinder the formation of friendships. The Stoics emphasize the interconnectedness of the mind and body, recognizing that a healthy mind contributes to a flourishing life, including the capacity to form and nurture friendships. When facing conditions like anxiety or depression, Stoics advocate developing resilience through philosophical practices. This involves cultivating inner strength that enables individuals to navigate the ebb and flow of emotions, fostering a stable foundation for both personal well-being and social connections. Mindfulness and meditation are integral to Stoic practices, helping individuals manage mental health by practicing present moment awareness. This allows them to confront and overcome negative thought patterns, enabling more authentic social interactions. Stoicism champions tranquility as an ultimate goal. Those navigating mental health challenges can find solace in Stoic principles prioritizing inner peace. By embracing Stoic virtues, individuals forge a path to tranquility, creating an environment conducive to cultivating and sustaining meaningful friendships. A Stoic approach to mental well-being thus serves as a guiding light, leading to deeper, more resilient connections. Number 2, common human values. In the tapestry of human relationships, common values, emotions, and experiences form the foundation upon which genuine connections are built. Stoicism encourages us to focus on these universal aspects, transcending specific interests to forge meaningful bonds. While individual interests may differ, the Stoic approach emphasizes the shared human condition, highlighting the importance of empathy and understanding. By embracing the Stoic principle of accepting what is beyond our control, we learn to appreciate the diversity of human interests. This perspective fosters tranquility and allows us to see differences as opportunities for growth rather than barriers. Stoics advocate for adaptability, encouraging us to step out of our comfort zones and explore new passions, thereby expanding our horizons and potential for friendships. In social interactions, emphasizing shared values such as honesty, integrity, and compassion can bridge gaps created by differing interests. This Stoic focus on virtues helps build trust and mutual respect, essential elements for enduring relationships. By nurturing these foundational elements, we cultivate connections that withstand the test of time, enriching our journey through life. Number 3, life as a journey. Imagine life as a journey where each person is an island, and friendships are the bridges connecting these individual universes. This metaphor beautifully encapsulates the Stoic view of human connections. A lack of friendships can often signify not just the absence of company, but a deeper issue of trust, creating invisible barriers between us. The Stoics teach us that life is a continuous journey of self-discovery and growth. As we navigate this journey, the quality of our relationships profoundly impacts our path. Trust is the bedrock of these relationships, and its absence can lead to isolation and loneliness. Thus, cultivating trust becomes essential in building these vital bridges. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of surrounding ourselves with people who value and positively contribute to our lives. Genuine connections are formed through mutual respect, trust, and shared values. By seeking quality over quantity in our friendships, we ensure that our social interactions enrich our lives, making us stronger and more resilient. Embrace the Stoic perspective that friendships are integral to our journey. By fostering trust and genuine connections, we create a network of support that enhances our personal growth and enriches our experience of life. Number 4, adaptability. Adaptability is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy, especially in the context of human relationships. Life is a dynamic tapestry where change is the only constant. Embracing this Stoic principle allows us to navigate the complexities of friendships with grace and resilience, cultivating a mindset that welcomes new passions and stepping out of comfort zones, fosters personal growth and expands our potential for connections. The Stoics teach that adaptability involves accepting what we cannot control and focusing on our responses. In friendships, this means being open to new experiences and perspectives. By doing so, we not only enrich our own lives, but also demonstrate a willingness to grow and evolve, which is attractive to others. When faced with differing interests or life circumstances, adaptability enables us to find common ground. This Stoic approach encourages us to view challenges as opportunities for growth, fostering deeper, more meaningful connections. By practicing adaptability, we align ourselves with the natural flow of life, embracing its ebbs and flows with equanimity. Incorporate the Stoic virtue of adaptability in your relationships. It will not only enhance your personal development, but also create a fertile ground for lasting and fulfilling friendships. Number 5, quality over quantity. In the pursuit of friendships, the Stoic philosophy advocates for valuing quality over quantity. Genuine, meaningful connections enrich our lives far more than numerous superficial ones. This perspective aligns with the Stoic emphasis on virtue and authenticity in all aspects of life. A smaller social circle is not inherently a problem. In fact, it often reflects a focus on deeper, more substantial relationships. The Stoics teach us to seek out individuals who share our values and contribute positively to our growth. By surrounding ourselves with such people, we create a support system that enhances our resilience and well-being. Quantity does not equate to quality. Numerous acquaintances cannot provide the same level of support and understanding as a few true friends. By prioritizing quality, we ensure that our social interactions are meaningful and enriching. This Stoic approach to friendships fosters a sense of tranquility and satisfaction, as we know we are investing our time and energy in relationships that truly matter. Embrace the Stoic wisdom of valuing quality over quantity in your friendships. Focus on nurturing genuine connections that align with your values and contribute to your personal growth and happiness. Number 6, trust issues. In the intricate dance of human connections, trust issues can cast a shadow over the prospect of forming close friendships. Stoicism provides a path to navigate these challenges gracefully, emphasizing the importance of self-awareness and virtue in building trust. Before extending trust to others, the Stoics advocate for a deep understanding of oneself. Reflecting on your values, expectations, and vulnerabilities is essential. This self-awareness helps identify the sources of trust-related apprehensions and provides a foundation for more discerning and balanced relationships. Virtue is the guiding light in Stoic decision-making. Focus on qualities such as honesty, integrity, and benevolence when assessing the trustworthiness of others. By aligning your interactions with these virtues, you create a stable framework for building trust. Recognize that external circumstances can influence people's actions, and their behavior may not always align with your expectations. This Stoic acceptance of the unpredictable nature of human interactions fosters emotional resilience, allowing for more rational and considerate decisions in relationships. Incorporate honest and direct communication to address trust issues openly. This aligns with Stoic values and creates an environment conducive to genuine connections. By embracing these Stoic principles, you can build solid foundations for trust and deepen your friendships. Number 7, shyness and introversion. For those naturally inclined towards timidity, forging and sustaining friendships may pose a distinct challenge. However, Stoic philosophy offers a powerful approach to surmounting these obstacles, transforming shyness into a journey of self-discovery and personal growth. The first Stoic lesson for overcoming shyness revolves around self-acceptance. Understanding that some individuals are naturally shy or introverted is crucial. Embrace this aspect of your nature as a momentary part of your journey towards self-awareness. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius teach that accepting who we are is the starting point for any transformation. Stoicism emphasizes the potency of the present, urging us to focus on what is within our grasp, rather than being consumed by anxiety about the future or regrets from the past. In social practice, this means not allowing shyness to imprison us in negative thoughts. By freeing ourselves from expectations and projections, we find the liberty to act according to our principles, unbridled by fear. Empathy is another key Stoic principle. By putting ourselves in others' shoes, we realize everyone carries internal battles and insecurities. This awareness liberates us from self-absorption and enables more authentic and compassionate interactions. Focus on genuine human connections rather than how you are perceived, and you will build more meaningful relationships. Number 8, virtuous social prioritization. In the busy rhythm of modern life, it is essential to prioritize relationships based on virtue rather than mere convenience. The Stoics teach that meaningful connections are built on shared values and mutual respect, which are crucial for a flourishing life. When time becomes a precious commodity, focus on nurturing a few meaningful connections instead of spreading yourself thin. Stoics value deep, authentic friendships, considering them essential for personal growth and well-being. By investing in relationships that align with your values, you ensure that your social interactions contribute positively to your life. This Stoic approach to social prioritization involves deliberate and mindful choices about the company you keep. Engage with individuals who support your growth and reflect your principles. This not only enhances your character, but also fosters a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Incorporate efficient time management, another Stoic virtue, to balance responsibilities and social interactions. Prioritize activities that contribute to personal and social flourishing, aligning daily choices with the goal of a well-balanced and fulfilling life. Adopt the Stoic wisdom of virtuous social prioritization. Focus on the quality of your connections, nurturing relationships that enrich your life and support your journey towards self-improvement and resilience. Number 9, self-reflection. Life transitions offer opportune moments for mindful reflection, a practice deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. During these times of change, introspection can guide your social choices and help navigate new environments with wisdom and grace. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-awareness in all aspects of life. Reflect on your values, aspirations, and the kind of relationships you seek. This process helps clarify your social priorities and align them with your personal growth and well-being. By understanding your core principles, you can make more deliberate and meaningful connections. Introspective practices allow you to adapt to changing circumstances with a Stoic mindset. Embrace the natural ebb and flow of life, recognizing that transitions often bring new opportunities for growth. By reflecting on past experiences, you gain insights that inform your future interactions and decisions. Use these moments of reflection to assess your social circle and identify relationships that align with your values. This Stoic approach ensures that your connections are genuine and supportive, fostering a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. Incorporate self-reflection as a guiding light in your journey. It will help you navigate life's transitions with wisdom, ensuring that your social choices contribute to a meaningful and flourishing life. Number 10, social skills. Developing social skills is a gradual process, and the Stoic philosophy offers valuable guidance in this journey. Embrace yourself wholly, understanding that everyone, regardless of their social prowess, possesses intrinsic value. This foundation sets the stage for genuine connections, free from self-doubt. Stoics emphasize gradual progress in all aspects of life. Apply this principle to the development of social skills by incrementally exposing yourself to different settings. Instead of overwhelming yourself with large gatherings, start with smaller interactions. This approach allows you to build confidence at your own pace, aligning with Stoic notions of measured growth. Focus on virtues like kindness, empathy, and understanding in your interactions. By infusing these qualities into your social encounters, you not only enhance your character, but also contribute positively to the social dynamic. Ask questions, show interest in others' perspectives, and foster an environment of open dialogue. Genuine curiosity enriches your understanding of others and paves the way for authentic connections. Practice positive affirmations aligned with Stoic principles. Focus on your strengths, acknowledge your worth, and approach social situations with self-assuredness. If faced with rejection or awkward moments, respond with Stoic grace, understanding that external events are beyond your control, but your response is within your grasp. Number 11, differences in interests. Differences in interests can sometimes weave a pattern of isolation, contributing to a lack of friendships. Stoicism provides a guiding light on how to bridge these gaps and foster meaningful connections. The Stoics encourage us to accept the inherent diversity of human interests. Rather than viewing differences as barriers, see them as opportunities for growth. Embrace the Stoic principle of accepting what is beyond our control, finding tranquility in understanding that not everyone shares the same interests. Adaptability is key. Cultivate a mindset that appreciates novelty and welcomes the opportunity to explore new passions. This Stoic adaptability encourages stepping out of comfort zones, fostering personal growth and expanding the scope of potential friendships. Focus on what unites us as human beings, shared values, emotions, and fundamental experiences. These common grounds provide a solid foundation for genuine connections that transcend specific interests. Approach others with genuine curiosity, seeking to understand and appreciate their passions. This not only expands your horizons, but also lays the groundwork for authentic connections. The Stoic friendship triad comprises goodwill, shared values, and mutual understanding. By nurturing these foundational elements, you can overcome the barriers posed by differing interests and cultivate lasting and meaningful connections. Number 12, lack of social opportunities. A perceived lack of social opportunities can be a significant barrier to forming connections. However, Stoic philosophy, with its emphasis on virtue, resilience, and practical wisdom, provides a compass to navigate and transcend these circumstances. Engage in community volunteering, as Stoicism places great importance on contributing to the greater good. Volunteering aligns with Stoic virtues and introduces you to like-minded individuals. Participating in local cleanup initiatives, supporting charitable events, or volunteering at community centers creates shared experiences and opportunities for connection. Attend workshops or seminars related to your field of work. This not only enhances your professional skills, but also exposes you to professionals who may share common goals and values. Organize or participate in outdoor activities like hiking, biking, or group exercises. These environments provide a relaxed setting for interaction, allowing connections to form organically amidst the beauty of the natural world. Join forums or groups dedicated to your interests and actively participate in discussions. This can lead to meaningful connections and, in some cases, transition to in-person meetups. Practice Stoic gratitude by appreciating the connections you already have, cultivating a positive mindset that attracts new ones. Number 13, Stoic detachment. Stoic detachment is a powerful tool in managing the natural ebb and flow of friendships. As circumstances shift, friendships may naturally loosen. Recognizing this with a Stoic mindset helps us appreciate that change is an inherent part of the human experience, not a reflection of personal failure or inadequacy. Healthy detachment involves accepting what is beyond our control, including the intricate dynamics of relationships. This perspective fosters emotional balance and resilience, allowing us to navigate changes with grace. When friendships evolve or drift apart, view these transitions through the lens of Stoic wisdom, understanding that such shifts are part of life's natural progression. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of focusing on what is within our control, our actions, responses, and choices. By maintaining this focus, we can adapt to changing social landscapes without being overwhelmed by emotions. This approach not only preserves our inner peace, but also allows us to engage with others authentically and meaningfully. Embrace Stoic detachment as a guiding principle in your relationships. It will help you navigate the ebbs and flows of friendships with wisdom and tranquility, fostering a more resilient and fulfilling social life. Number 14, lifestyle choices. In the bustling rhythm of modern life, lifestyle choices can significantly impact our social interactions. Whether it's a hectic schedule or a preference for solitary activities, Stoicism provides valuable insights on how to navigate these choices while fostering meaningful connections. Stoics encourage scrutinizing our priorities to ensure they align with our core values and the pursuit of meaningful connections. A demanding schedule might limit social interactions, but deliberate time management can help balance responsibilities and social engagement. By intentionally setting aside moments for social interactions, individuals can transcend the constraints of a busy lifestyle. Prioritize relationships based on virtue rather than mere convenience. This means making conscious choices about the company we keep, focusing on relationships that align with our values. Efficient time management, a Stoic virtue, involves optimizing schedules for both productivity and social interactions, contributing to personal and social flourishing. Incorporate Stoic principles in your lifestyle choices to foster a well-balanced and fulfilling life. Deliberately carve out time for meaningful social engagements, ensuring that your interactions enrich your life and support your journey toward personal growth and resilience. Number 15, changing circumstances. Relationships, like the tides, undergo shifts during life transitions. Recognizing the fluidity of these dynamics is essential, and Stoicism provides a framework to navigate these changes with wisdom and grace. Embrace the understanding that change is an inherent part of the human experience. As career ambitions soar or familial responsibilities take center stage, accept these seasons stoically. Understand that the ebb and flow of life's demands impact not only your schedule, but also the nature of your social interactions. Stoicism emphasizes virtuous adaptation in the face of shifting priorities. Infuse career or family commitments with Stoic virtues such as wisdom, courage, and justice. Strive for excellence in every facet of life, including professional and familial spheres. Stoicism places a premium on the quality of relationships over their quantity. When time becomes a precious commodity, Focus on nurturing a few meaningful connections. Approach life transitions with a Stoic mindset, reflecting on your values and aspirations. Use this reflective practice to guide your social choices as you navigate new environments. Embrace the Stoic principle of healthy detachment, recognizing that relationships may naturally loosen during transitions without viewing it as personal failure. Friendship, at its core, is more than just companionship. It's a vital part of our journey toward a fulfilled and resilient life. By embracing the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, we can navigate the complexities of human connections with grace and strength, transforming our social world into one of depth and authenticity. If you found these insights valuable and want to continue exploring the profound teachings of Stoicism, don't forget to like this video and subscribe to the Wiser channel. Join our community, where we delve deep into the wisdom that enriches our lives and empowers us to build stronger, more meaningful relationships. Together, we can cultivate a life of wisdom, resilience, and true connection. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more transformative content. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by your emotions? Like you're on a constant roller coaster with no way to get off? What if I told you that an ancient philosophy holds the secrets to mastering your emotions and achieving a happier, more balanced life? Welcome to our journey into the fascinating world of Stoicism. In this video, we'll explore the top 5 Stoic rules for controlling your emotions, transforming your reactions, and navigating life's challenges with grace and wisdom. These time-tested techniques, practiced by ancient philosophers like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca, can empower you to become the master of your emotional landscape. So grab a pen and paper, because you'll definitely want to take notes on these life-changing insights. Let's dive in. 1. Pause and breathe. The simple yet transformative practice of pausing and breathing holds immense significance as a tool for emotional control and mindful response. Imagine you're in a heated argument with a coworker and you feel your anger rising. Instead of reacting impulsively, Stoicism encourages you to take a deliberate pause, close your eyes, and take a deep breath. This brief moment allows you to regain composure and clarity. By introducing this pause, you create a buffer where you can reflect on the situation rationally. This practice aligns with Stoic principles by creating a space between stimulus and response, where you can engage your rational faculties rather than being driven by emotional impulses. For example, Marcus Aurelius, the famous Stoic philosopher, often practiced pausing and reflecting before responding to situations that could provoke anger or frustration. By taking a deep breath and counting to 10, you can diffuse the intensity of the moment, enabling you to respond with wisdom and poise. This practice empowers you to navigate challenges with greater control, transforming knee-jerk reactions into thoughtful responses. Embracing this Stoic technique can enhance your emotional intelligence and lead to more harmonious interactions in your daily life. 2. Practice negative visualization. Negative visualization, a powerful Stoic exercise, involves imagining potential challenges or losses to prepare emotionally for them. Picture yourself preparing for a big presentation. Instead of solely focusing on the best-case scenario, consider what might go wrong, technical issues, forgetting key points, or an unresponsive audience. By visualizing these setbacks, you can plan and brace yourself emotionally, reducing anxiety about the future. For instance, Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, would regularly meditate on losing his wealth or status. This practice helped him remain grounded and grateful for what he had, lessening the blow if misfortune ever struck. By mentally rehearsing adverse scenarios, you develop resilience and a sense of preparedness. This technique can cultivate a mindset of gratitude for your current situation and a realistic perspective on life's uncertainties, making you less susceptible to emotional upheaval when challenges arise. 3. Separate stimulus and response. Stoicism introduces the concept of separating stimulus and response, emphasizing the space between an external event, stimulus, and our emotional reaction, response. Imagine receiving criticism at work. Instead of reacting defensively or angrily, take a moment to pause and evaluate the feedback objectively. This practice allows you to detach from immediate emotional responses and consider the situation rationally. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius practiced this by reminding himself that his mind was separate from the external events that occurred. By embracing this space, you gain control over your reactions, enabling you to respond in a way that aligns with your values and long-term well-being. This Stoic principle fosters emotional intelligence and resilience, helping you navigate challenges with wisdom and equanimity. It transforms instinctual reactions into deliberate, thoughtful actions, ultimately leading to a more harmonious and fulfilled life. 4. Identify triggers. Recognizing external events or internal thoughts that provoke emotional responses is crucial for emotional mastery. For example, if traffic jams make you anxious or angry, identifying this trigger allows you to prepare and manage your response better. Developing acute self-awareness involves observing and recognizing the moments when your emotions intensify. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus taught that our reactions to events, not the events themselves, disturb our peace. By creating a mental inventory of triggers, you can preemptively identify stimuli that might prompt intense emotional responses. This self-awareness empowers you to interrupt the automatic process between stimulus and reaction, inserting a space that grants you the opportunity to choose your response deliberately. Instead of being a slave to your emotions, you become the master of your reactions, transforming triggers into stepping stones for personal growth and resilience. 5. Reframe perspectives. Reframing perspectives involves shifting how you perceive and interpret situations. Instead of viewing challenges as negative, see them as opportunities for growth and self-improvement. For example, if you fail a test, rather than seeing it as a setback, view it as a chance to identify areas for improvement and develop better study habits. Stoic philosophers like Epictetus encourage changing our perceptions to align with reality and focus on what we can control. By reframing your mindset, you can maintain a positive and resilient outlook. This cognitive reframing helps you see adversity as a path to growth, not a roadblock. It fosters emotional resilience and equips you with the mental tools to handle life's challenges with grace and strength. 6. Recognize the inner citadel. Establishing a mental space, or the inner citadel where you can retreat to observe and manage emotions, is a profound Stoic practice. Imagine facing a stressful situation at work. Instead of reacting immediately, take a mental step back into your inner citadel. This sanctuary within your mind allows you to assess your emotions and responses objectively. Marcus Aurelius often wrote about retreating into oneself, finding solace and stability amidst external chaos. This inner citadel provides a vital pause, enabling you to evaluate your reactions and choose responses that align with your values. By recognizing this inner fortress, you shift from being reactive to intentional in your actions, navigating life's ups and downs with equanimity and poise. This practice fosters emotional balance and resilience, allowing you to face challenges with grace while maintaining inner harmony. 7. Live in accordance with nature. Living in accordance with nature a central tenet of Stoicism, urges us to align our lives with the natural order of the universe. Accept the impermanence of life and embrace both its joys and challenges. For instance, understand that change is inevitable and challenges are part of human existence. By adopting this mindset, you can cultivate emotional tranquility and fulfillment. Epictetus taught that we should focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, attitudes and responses, while accepting what lies beyond our influence. This principle helps detach from external circumstances, reducing unnecessary emotional suffering. Embracing life's uncertainties and recognizing challenges as opportunities for growth lead to inner freedom and a deeper connection to the natural world, fostering a resilient and serene outlook. 8. Develop emotional detachment. Emotional detachment involves learning to separate your emotions from outcomes or possessions. For example, if you lose a cherished item, instead of being devastated, remind yourself that material things are temporary and not within your complete control. This practice reduces emotional turmoil and promotes inner peace. Stoic philosophers like Seneca emphasize the importance of detaching from external attachments to maintain emotional stability. By understanding the transient nature of possessions and outcomes, you can focus on what truly matters, your values and virtues. Emotional detachment fosters resilience and allows you to navigate life's ups and downs without being overwhelmed by external factors, leading to a more balanced and fulfilling life. 9. Cultivate virtue. Stoicism teaches that living a virtuous life, embodying wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, leads to true happiness. Imagine facing a moral dilemma at work. Instead of taking the easy way out, choose the path that aligns with your values of honesty and integrity. By focusing on moral excellence, you can foster emotional stability and fulfillment. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of virtue in his writings, emphasizing that true happiness comes from within, through the cultivation of virtuous character. By prioritizing virtue, you align your actions with your core values, leading to a more meaningful and contented life. This focus on virtue helps you navigate challenges with integrity, fostering a sense of inner peace and resilience. 10. Embrace the present moment. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in the present. For example, when spending time with loved ones, fully engage in the moment rather than worrying about past mistakes or future uncertainties. This practice enhances your emotional well-being and fosters a deeper connection with those around you. Seneca often advised against being consumed by worries about the past or future, advocating for mindfulness and presence in the current moment. By focusing on the here and now, you can reduce unnecessary anxiety and appreciate the beauty of the present. Embracing the present moment leads to a more centered and peaceful state of mind, allowing you to experience life's joys and challenges with greater clarity and gratitude. In summary, incorporating Stoic principles into your daily life can be a transformative journey toward emotional mastery and a happier existence. By practicing techniques like pausing and breathing, recognizing your inner citadel, and embracing the present moment, you can navigate life's ups and downs with grace and resilience. Remember, the power to control your emotions lies within you. By identifying triggers, reframing perspectives, and living in accordance with nature, you can foster a mindset of acceptance and intentionality. These ancient wisdoms not only help you manage your emotional responses, but also lead to personal growth and inner peace.
Have you ever heard a phrase so cutting it made you question your entire relationship? Statements like, "You're too sensitive," or "I can do better than you," aren't just hurtful. They're signs of something much deeper and far more dangerous. If she says any of these 10 things, it's not just a red flag, it's a signal to leave for your own good. Imagine staying in a relationship where your worth is constantly questioned, your feelings dismissed, or your love manipulated. These aren't minor issues. They're major warning signs of emotional imbalance that could cost you your peace, your confidence, and even your future happiness. You might think, is it really that bad? Or can't things change? But the harsh truth is, these behaviors often escalate, leaving you stuck in a cycle of self-doubt and regret. In this video, we'll break down 10 toxic phrases rooted in disrespect and manipulation. Using Stoic wisdom, we'll reveal why these statements are not just hurtful, but detrimental to your well-being, and how walking away is an act of self-respect and courage. Stick around, because by the end, you'll have the tools to protect your peace, guard your worth, and approach relationships with the wisdom of the Stoics. Now, let's dive into the first phrase you should never tolerate. 1. I'm too good for you. When someone tells you, I'm too good for you, it's more about their mindset than your worth. A Stoic perspective teaches us that external validation, or the lack thereof, should never determine our sense of self. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Hearing such a statement can be a blow to the ego, but ego is not your ally in such moments. Instead of reacting defensively or pleading for their validation, take a step back and assess the situation with clarity. What kind of person feels the need to assert superiority in a relationship? A healthy relationship is built on mutual respect and equality, not on one person belittling the other to inflate their own self-worth. This phrase is a red flag because it highlights a lack of humility and gratitude, both key virtues in Stoicism. It's not your role to prove your worth to someone who doesn't recognize it. As Seneca wisely stated, a man is as miserable as he thinks he is. If their happiness hinges on feeling superior, they are already trapped in their own misery. For your own good, practice the art of detachment. Detachment doesn't mean apathy. It means understanding what is within your control, your actions, thoughts, and values, and letting go of what isn't, like someone else's opinion of you. By walking away from someone who demeans you, you protect your peace and pave the way for healthier, more uplifting relationships. Remember, you don't need someone to validate your worth. True strength lies in knowing your value, regardless of others' judgments. This is the essence of living a Stoic life, calm, resilient, and grounded in self-respect. 2. You need to change. When someone demands that you need to change, Stoicism teaches us to pause and reflect. Change is not inherently bad. In fact, growth often requires it. But the demand should align with your own values, not someone else's preferences. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." The issue with this statement is its tone of control. A healthy relationship is about mutual growth and acceptance, not one partner dictating how the other should be. If someone wants you to change in ways that compromise your integrity or values, it's a sign that they are projecting their own dissatisfaction onto you. True change comes from within and is motivated by personal goals, not external pressure. Instead of reacting emotionally to this demand, consider whether the change they suggest aligns with your principles. For instance, If they want you to be healthier or more disciplined, that could be a positive nudge. However, if they want you to abandon your hobbies, friendships, or beliefs to fit their ideal, it's time to reevaluate the relationship. A Stoic would recognize that while we can adapt and grow, we should never betray our authentic selves to please others. Seneca wisely observed, "You must live for yourself, not for other people." If their vision of you conflicts with who you are at your core, then their expectations are not your burden to carry. Ultimately, the question is not whether you should change, but why and for whom. Walk away from relationships that demand change for the wrong reasons. Stay true to your own values and let your growth be guided by your own wisdom and aspirations. 3. It's just a joke. When someone dismisses your feelings by saying, "It's just a joke," they minimize your experience. Stoicism emphasizes emotional resilience, but it also teaches that relationships should foster mutual respect. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." A good partner doesn't dismiss your emotions. They acknowledge and validate them. A joke should bring laughter, not discomfort. If you express that something hurt you and their response is to downplay it, it reveals a lack of empathy. Empathy is a cornerstone of meaningful relationships, and its absence is a sign of deeper incompatibility. A Stoic would see this moment as an opportunity to practice apatheia, freedom from destructive emotions. By calmly addressing the situation without being overwhelmed by anger or frustration. Approach the conversation with clarity. Explain why their words impacted you. If they respond with defensiveness or mockery, it's a clear signal that they lack the maturity to handle conflict constructively. A healthy partner seeks to understand and grow, not dismiss or deflect. Remember, Stoicism doesn't mean tolerating disrespect. Seneca advised, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." If their humor consistently comes at your expense, they are not improving your life. They are eroding your confidence. In such cases, walking away preserves your dignity and peace of mind. Life is too short to stay in relationships where your feelings are belittled. Seek partnerships where humor is a source of joy and bonding, not a tool for harm or manipulation. 4. I don't trust you. Trust is the foundation of any relationship. When someone says, "I don't trust you," it signals a serious issue that must be addressed. Stoic wisdom teaches us to examine the root cause of conflict without taking it personally. As Marcus Aurelius advised, "If someone is able to show me that what I think or do is not right, I will happily change, for I seek the truth." Begin by calmly asking why they feel this way. Is their mistrust based on a misunderstanding, past experiences, or your actions? If you've made a mistake, own it and take steps to rebuild trust. However, if their mistrust stems from insecurity or past trauma that they project onto you, understand that their burden is not yours to carry. A Stoic recognizes that we cannot control others' perceptions. What we can control is our honesty and integrity. If you have acted with honor and your partner still cannot trust you, it may be a sign that they are not ready for a healthy relationship. Epictetus reminds us, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." If they are unwilling to trust despite your efforts, further discussion may be futile. Ultimately, a relationship without trust becomes a source of constant tension and self-doubt. While you can empathize with their struggles, you must also prioritize your peace. If trust cannot be restored, walking away is an act of self-respect. Let go of what you cannot control and focus on maintaining your own virtues. Trustworthy people attract trustworthy partners, and in time, you'll find someone who values the bond you offer. 5. You should be grateful. I'm with you. When someone says, "You should be grateful, I'm with you," they are framing the relationship as a one-sided favor rather than a mutual bond. Stoicism teaches us to recognize our inherent worth and not allow others to manipulate us through such statements. As Epictetus wisely put it, know first who you are and then adorn yourself accordingly. You don't need someone else's permission to feel worthy. Gratitude is a virtue, but it should be mutual, not demanded. A healthy relationship is built on shared respect, not on one person's belief that they are doing the other a favor. This kind of statement is often a subtle form of control, aimed at making you feel lesser so you won't question their behavior or the relationship itself. Instead of internalizing their words, ask yourself whether this person truly appreciates you. Marcus Aurelius said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." If you allow such belittling statements to take root in your mind, they can erode your confidence over time. A Stoic would detach from such negativity, understanding that self-worth comes from living virtuously, not from someone else's approval. Gratitude should flow both ways. If someone cannot appreciate you as an equal, it's time to walk away. Respect yourself enough to seek a relationship where both partners feel fortunate to have one another. By leaving such a dynamic, you preserve your dignity and create space for a healthier connection. 6. I don't need a man. While independence is commendable, when someone uses this phrase to undermine the relationship, it reflects an unwillingness to embrace mutual interdependence. Stoicism teaches us that human beings are social creatures who thrive through collaboration. As Marcus Aurelius stated, "What brings no benefit to the hive brings no benefit to the bee." The issue with this phrase isn't independence. It's the dismissive tone that devalues the partnership. A Stoic approach would first seek to understand, is this a statement of genuine independence or a tactic to diminish your role in the relationship? If it's the latter, it may indicate deeper issues of resentment or ego that cannot sustain a healthy bond. Interdependence doesn't mean dependency. It means recognizing that a relationship is stronger when both partners support one another's growth. If someone views the partnership as unnecessary or unimportant, they may lack the emotional investment required to build a lasting connection. Remember Epictetus's advice: make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. You cannot control someone else's values or beliefs, but you can control how you respond. If their perspective undermines the relationship's foundation, walking away is an act of wisdom. A fulfilling partnership requires mutual effort and respect. If they don't value what you bring to the table, seek a connection where your contributions are appreciated and reciprocated. 7. My friends are more important. While friendships are vital, a partner who consistently prioritizes friends over the relationship is sending a clear message about where you stand. Stoicism reminds us to evaluate what is within our control and what aligns with our values. Seneca said, "Associate with people who are likely to improve you." A partner who marginalizes you for their friends may not be contributing to your growth or well-being. There's a fine balance between maintaining friendships and nurturing a relationship. However, if they habitually put their friends' needs ahead of the partnership, it shows a lack of commitment. A Stoic would not beg for attention, but would instead reflect on whether the relationship aligns with their principles of mutual respect, and shared priorities. Approach the situation calmly. Express your feelings without anger or blame, as Stoicism advocates rational discourse over emotional outbursts. If they are unwilling to acknowledge your concerns or make an effort to balance their priorities, it may be time to reconsider the relationship. A relationship should feel like a partnership, not a competition. If you are consistently placed second, it's a sign that they are not ready for the depth of connection you deserve. By leaving, you honor your own values and make space for a partner who is equally invested. 8. If you loved me, you would. This statement is a form of emotional manipulation, pressuring you to act against your will or values under the guise of love. Stoic philosophy teaches us to guard our autonomy and live according to reason, not external pressures. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone uses your love as leverage, it suggests an imbalance in the relationship. Love should inspire freedom and mutual growth, not coercion. This phrase often implies that your love is conditional on meeting their demands, which is contrary to the Stoic ideal of relationships based on virtue and respect. Reflect on whether their request aligns with your principles. If it's a reasonable ask that strengthens the relationship, you can act on it willingly. However, if it requires compromising your integrity or values, a Stoic would calmly but firmly refuse. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." You can empathize with their desires without succumbing to manipulation. True love doesn't demand, "If you loved me, you would." Instead, it encourages, "Because we love each other, we grow together." If this dynamic is absent, leaving is an act of self-respect. Detach from manipulation and seek a partnership that nurtures your autonomy and values. 9. You're too sensitive. When someone dismisses your feelings as oversensitivity, they undermine your emotional experience and invalidate your perspective. Stoicism encourages emotional resilience, but it also emphasizes the importance of reasoned understanding. As Marcus Aurelius advised, "Do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill like a soldier at the wall." Dismissing feelings is not constructive, understanding them is. The phrase, "you're too sensitive," often reflects the speaker's inability or unwillingness to take responsibility for their actions. A Stoic response would focus on clarity. Are you genuinely overreacting, or is the other person deflecting accountability? If your concerns are reasonable, their dismissal signals a lack of empathy. A healthy relationship fosters emotional safety, where both partners can express their feelings without fear of ridicule or rejection. If someone consistently invalidates you, they are not contributing to your growth. Seneca stated, "Treat your inferiors as you would be treated by your superiors." This applies in relationships too. Respect is a non-negotiable. If their behavior persists, consider whether the relationship aligns with your principles of mutual respect and understanding. By choosing to walk away, you prioritize your emotional well-being and open yourself to connections where your feelings are valued. 10. I'm not over my ex. This phrase is a clear indication that they are emotionally unavailable. Stoic wisdom teaches us to let go of what is outside our control and to focus on living in the present. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Do not let the past disturb you. Leave it in the hands of the past." If someone is stuck in their past, they are not ready to build a future with you. Remaining in a relationship where one partner is emotionally tethered to someone else can lead to frustration, insecurity, and stagnation. A Stoic would recognize that while you may feel compassion for their struggles, their emotional baggage is not yours to carry. Your time and energy are precious resources that should not be spent on someone who cannot fully commit. Have an honest conversation to understand their emotional state. If they are making genuine efforts to move forward and you see progress, you might consider giving the relationship time. However, if they remain fixated on their ex, it's best to walk away. As Epictetus said, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Demonstrate self-respect by choosing a partner who is fully present and emotionally available. Leaving may feel difficult, but it is an act of wisdom and self-love. You deserve a partner who is as committed to the relationship as you are, unburdened by past attachments. 11. You don't make enough money. When someone says you don't make enough money, they're reducing your value to a financial metric. Stoicism teaches us that our worth is determined by our character and virtues, not by external measures like wealth. Seneca reminds us, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor. This statement reflects a materialistic mindset that often leads to dissatisfaction. If your partner evaluates your worth based on income alone, it indicates they may lack the depth to appreciate the intangible qualities that truly matter in a relationship. Kindness, integrity, loyalty, and love. A Stoic response is not to lash out, but to reflect calmly. Are their concerns rooted in genuine financial struggles affecting the relationship, or are they simply revealing misplaced priorities? If it's the latter, understand that you cannot control their values, but can control your response. Marcus Aurelius said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." Do not let their words diminish your self-esteem. A relationship should focus on building a life together, not on transactional measures of worth. If they cannot see beyond your income to the person you are, walking away is an act of preserving your dignity. Seek a partner who values you for who you are, not for what you earn. 12. You're overreacting. When someone dismisses your emotions by saying you're overreacting, it invalidates your feelings and undermines the importance of clear communication. Stoicism teaches us to manage our emotions, but it also emphasizes the value of understanding and empathy in relationships. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." If someone consistently disregards your feelings, it reflects a lack of tolerance. Evaluate the situation rationally. Are you truly overreacting, or are they deflecting responsibility for their behavior? A Stoic approach involves calmly stating your perspective and observing their reaction. If they continue to belittle your feelings rather than engage in a constructive dialogue, it indicates a lack of emotional maturity. Healthy relationships require emotional safety. Seneca taught, "Wherever there is a human being, there is an opportunity for kindness. If your partner is unwilling to be kind and understanding when you are vulnerable, it's a sign that they may not value the relationship as they should." Walking away from someone who constantly invalidates you is an act of self-respect. Seek relationships where emotional expression is met with compassion and constructive dialogue, not dismissal or ridicule. 13. I can do better than you. This statement is both disrespectful and revealing of their mindset. Stoicism teaches us to avoid comparison and focus on living virtuously. Marcus Aurelius said, "Never esteem anything as of advantage to you that will make you break your word or lose your self-respect." Someone who believes they can do better is prioritizing superficial standards over the deeper values that sustain a meaningful relationship. This phrase often reflects their own insecurities, projected outward. A partner who truly values you wouldn't feel the need to compare you to imaginary alternatives. Instead, they would appreciate your unique qualities and the bond you share. A Stoic would not react emotionally to such a statement, but would instead assess the situation calmly. Does their behavior consistently show a lack of respect or gratitude? If so, it's time to walk away. Epictetus reminds us, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Leaving a partner who demeans you is not an act of weakness but of strength. It shows that you value yourself and will not settle for less than a relationship built on mutual respect and admiration. 14. I'm not ready for a relationship. When someone says, I'm not ready for a relationship, believe them. Stoicism teaches us to accept reality as it is, not as we wish it to be. Marcus Aurelius wrote, you have to assemble your life yourself, action by action. If they are not ready, no amount of effort on your part can change their state of mind. This statement is not inherently wrong, but it signals a fundamental mismatch in timing and priorities. A Stoic would recognize that forcing a relationship with someone who is unprepared is futile. Instead, focus on your own growth and fulfillment. Seneca advised, throw aside all hindrances and give up your time to attaining a sound mind. If their hesitation creates uncertainty and emotional distress for you, it's better to let go and invest in your own well-being. A relationship requires both partners to be equally committed and ready to build together. By walking away, you free yourself to find someone who is aligned with your readiness and values. Trust the process and understand that every ending creates space for a new beginning. 15. You should be more like my friend's boyfriend. Comparing you to others, especially in a romantic relationship, is both unfair and harmful. Stoicism teaches us to avoid envy and comparison, focusing instead on our own journey and virtues. Epictetus said, make the best of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. This statement undermines individuality and fails to appreciate the unique qualities you bring to the relationship. A partner who makes such comparisons lacks gratitude and may be chasing an unrealistic ideal rather than valuing the reality of your bond. A Stoic response is to calmly address the issue. Explain how such comparisons are unhelpful and hurtful. If they persist in this behavior, it reflects a deeper lack of respect and contentment. Marcus Aurelius wisely observed, reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears. Do not internalize their dissatisfaction as a reflection of your worth. A healthy relationship celebrates each person's unique traits rather than measuring them against others. If they cannot appreciate you for who you are, it's time to walk away and seek a partnership rooted in mutual respect and admiration. You deserve someone who values you as you are, not as a comparison. In relationships, words are powerful. They can build bonds or destroy them. If you've heard any of these 15 phrases, remember, walking away isn't giving up. It's choosing your peace, self-respect, and future happiness. Stoicism teaches us to value what we can control, our actions, our values, and how we respond to challenges. And sometimes, the wisest response is to leave a situation that no longer aligns with your worth. If this video resonated with you, make sure to like it and subscribe to the channel for more insights on navigating life with wisdom and strength. Also, I'd love to hear from you. Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Have you experienced any of these phrases before? How did you handle them? Let's learn and grow together. Thanks for watching, and remember, the best relationships uplift you. They never diminish you. Stay strong, and I'll see you in the next video. Have you ever looked around and felt like everyone was playing a part? I know I have. People wear masks every day, pretending to be someone they're not. And for the longest time, I struggled to see through it all. But once I learned to really pay attention to the subtle signs, the unguarded moments, the things people say when they think no one's watching, it felt like unlocking a hidden superpower. I could finally see people for who they truly are, not who they want to appear to be. These insights transformed my relationships, giving me a deeper, more authentic understanding of everyone around me. Here are 9 powerful ways I learned to read people without them even knowing, and I promise, once you see these signs, you'll never look at people the same way again. 1. Watch how they treat people in lesser positions. I once had a work friend who seemed like the nicest person in the world, always kind, funny and respectful. We clicked right away, and I thought I had a great ally in the office. One day we went to lunch together and I saw a completely different side of him. The moment we sat down, he snapped his fingers to get the waiter's attention and barked his order without even looking up. He was short, dismissive, and treated the staff as if they were beneath him. I felt uncomfortable, but I also felt like I had learned something important. In that moment, I realized that true character is shown not by how someone treats those on their level or higher, but by how they treat those they consider beneath them. This realization has stayed with me ever since. The way people treat waitstaff, janitors, or anyone in a lesser position can be a crystal clear reflection of their character. It's easy to be kind and polite when you're dealing with someone you want to impress. But when there's no incentive, no one to impress, and no social reward for kindness, people's true colors often show. Stoicism encourages us to observe these small, telling moments without judgment, helping us understand the person behind the facade. Over the years, I've come to view these interactions as a powerful test of character. If someone is consistently respectful to everyone they meet, regardless of status, I know they're genuine. They value others for their humanity, not their position. But if they're dismissive, condescending or rude to those they consider beneath them, it's a red flag. This behavior tells me they only put on a pleasant front when it benefits them. It's calculating, not genuine. I now pay close attention to these signs in my relationships and interactions, and they've saved me from disappointment many times. If someone treats the cashier, the janitor, or the waiter with respect, that's someone I feel comfortable investing my time and energy in. Conversely, if they're dismissive, rude, or entitled, I take it as a warning. In a way, this observation has become my own silent test for authenticity. It's a small but significant detail that reveals the truth about who people really are, a truth they may not even realize they're showing. 2. Body language. During moments of vulnerability. I once had a friend who was always the epitome of confidence. No matter the situation, he seemed unshakable. But one day, during a tough conversation, I noticed subtle shifts in his body language that revealed something deeper. He crossed his arms tightly across his chest, avoided eye contact, and tapped his fingers on the table. I realized that he was feeling exposed and vulnerable, and his body language betrayed the nerves he was working so hard to hide. Observing these moments has taught me how much people's bodies can reveal, especially when they're feeling uncomfortable or insecure. We're all wired to respond physically to stress, and our bodies often betray us in these vulnerable moments. Stoicism teaches us to observe these signs with calm curiosity, avoiding judgment, and instead seeking to understand what might be going on beneath the surface. This insight has helped me connect with others on a deeper level, seeing beyond their words and paying attention to what their bodies are really saying. When I see someone fidgeting, crossing their arms, or avoiding eye contact, I take it as a cue to approach the conversation more gently, acknowledging the discomfort they may be experiencing. It's a way to build trust, showing them that I'm not here to judge, but to listen. And I've noticed it in myself too. If I find myself crossing my arms or tapping my foot, it's a signal that I'm feeling uneasy, even if I'm not consciously aware of it. This awareness has become a powerful tool for understanding myself and others more deeply, allowing me to respond to people's needs with empathy rather than assumptions. Body language is a fascinating window into our unspoken emotions, and paying attention to it has changed the way I communicate. By recognizing these small cues, I'm able to see beyond what people are saying, understanding what they're truly feeling. It's a skill that brings clarity to my relationships, helping me connect with others in a more genuine and empathetic way. 3. Their past is the key to their present. I had a friend who seemed incredibly defensive, often reacting strongly to situations that didn't seem to warrant such intensity. For the longest time, I thought that was just who he was. But as I got to know him, he started sharing parts of his past, stories of betrayal, abandonment, and difficult relationships. Suddenly, his behaviors made perfect sense. Stoicism teaches us to approach others with understanding, looking at them objectively rather than jumping to conclusions. In this case, it allowed me to see my friend's defensiveness as a protective response, a shield he'd built over years of hardship. It made me realize that people's reactions are often influenced by experiences we may not even know about. Someone who's overly cautious or closed off in relationships might be carrying the weight of past betrayals. A person who overreacts to criticism could be reliving the insecurity they felt from being judged harshly as a child. Understanding that people are shaped by their past helps us approach them with more empathy. Instead of taking their behavior personally or assuming it's just who they are, we can consider the unseen experiences that may be influencing their actions. This perspective has shifted how I approach my relationships. If someone seems overly guarded or quick to anger, I remind myself that it might not be about me or the present situation. It could be an echo from their past, a reflection of unresolved pain. By viewing people through this lens, I'm able to approach them with greater compassion, understanding that their actions often stem from places of hurt rather than ill intent. This isn't about making excuses for harmful behavior, but about seeing people more fully. Our pasts shape who we are, often in ways we don't fully realize. When we acknowledge this, we become more forgiving, both toward others and ourselves. Stoicism encourages us to observe life as it is, and understanding the impact of the past on the present is part of seeing clearly. This perspective helps me foster healthier, more understanding connections with others, seeing their struggles and strengths with empathy. 4. Inconsistencies in their stories. I once worked with someone who loved telling stories about their life, adventures, achievements, and all the wild twists and turns. But over time, I started noticing small details in their stories that didn't add up. One day, they'd say something happened in 2018, and then the next time they'd say 2019. At first, I chalked it up to memory slips, but the more I listened, the more I noticed these little inconsistencies. Eventually, I realized there might be more to it. Stoicism teaches us to approach these moments with curiosity rather than suspicion, giving people the benefit of the doubt while observing patterns. I didn't confront them directly, but I began paying closer attention. Sure enough, their stories continued to shift, suggesting that they were either embellishing the truth or perhaps even creating stories to impress others. This experience taught me a valuable lesson about the power of observation. People often reveal more about themselves than they realize through the little details. Inconsistencies can be signs that they're adjusting the truth, maybe to avoid embarrassment, boost their image, or hide something they're not ready to share. It's a subtle but telling behavior that can give you insight into their authenticity. Now, I listen for these clues without jumping to conclusions. If I notice someone's story changes each time they tell it, I take it as a reminder to stay grounded in my perceptions. I may not always know the full story, but these inconsistencies remind me to look beyond appearances, listening carefully for the truth. Sometimes, what people don't say, or what they change, speaks louder than their words. 5. Emotional reactions reveal priorities. During a team meeting once, I saw a side of a colleague I'd never seen before. He was always so calm and collected, but that day when someone suggested a minor change to a project he was leading, he suddenly snapped. His reaction was intense, almost defensive, over something that seemed trivial. Later, I realized that this project wasn't just work for him, it was personal. It reflected his creativity, his effort, and his values. His reaction was a signal that this project held deep meaning for him. This experience made me realize that our strongest emotional reactions are often tied to our core priorities and values. Stoicism teaches us to view emotions as signals rather than flaws, helping us understand people's true motivations. Now, when I see someone react passionately, whether in anger, excitement, or frustration, I ask myself, what does this mean to them? People may not openly share their values, but their emotions can reveal what they hold closest to their hearts. This understanding has changed how I approach relationships. If someone reacts strongly to a suggestion, critique, or compliment, I know it's because it touches something important to them. By respecting these moments, I'm able to show empathy and build deeper connections. I also use this insight on myself, reflecting on my own strong reactions as indicators of my priorities. This perspective has made my relationships more fulfilling, as I'm better able to see what truly matters to others and communicate my values as well. 6. The Tell Me More technique. I was once in a debate with a friend about a silly topic, whether pineapple belongs on pizza. I was ready to counter every point he made, but instead of arguing, I said, "Tell me more." What happened next surprised me. Instead of defending his pizza preference, he started talking about childhood memories, family dinners, and even a funny story about why he disliked pineapple as a kid. The conversation went from light-hearted banter to a deeper connection, all because I chose to listen instead of argue. This experience taught me the power of asking people to elaborate without judgment. Stoicism emphasizes understanding others without attachment or interruption, creating space for them to reveal themselves. Since then, I've used the "tell me more" technique in so many different settings: debates, negotiations, and even casual conversations. It's a simple way to understand people's motivations, insecurities, and dreams. The beauty of this technique is that people often reveal far more than they intend when they feel truly heard. By staying calm and encouraging them to talk, I learn about their inner worlds without pushing or prying. This has become one of my favorite ways to connect with others because it allows them to feel seen and valued. The "tell me more" approach isn't just a conversation tool, it's a way of showing empathy and curiosity, helping me see people as they are and fostering trust. 7. Sudden tone changes. Signal. Lies or hesitation. I had a co-worker who was usually smooth and confident, always delivering his words with charm. But one day, while discussing a deadline, his tone suddenly shifted. His words slowed down, his voice dropped, and he even stammered a bit. It was so unusual that I immediately sensed something was off. Later, I found out he hadn't made any progress on the project he claimed to be on top of. His tone change had been the telltale sign. This experience taught me how much a person's tone of voice can reveal, even more than the words they use. Stoicism encourages us to observe these subtle cues with a calm, objective eye. I didn't confront him right away. Instead, I noted the shift and took it as a clue to listen more closely. Since then, I've learned that tone changes can indicate more than lies. They can reveal discomfort, hesitation, or a struggle within a conflict. Now, I pay close attention to sudden shifts in tone. Whether someone's voice drops, speeds up, or becomes unusually cheerful, it often signals that there's something beneath the surface they're not sharing. This observation helps me navigate conversations more effectively, allowing me to understand what people are really feeling. It's a subtle yet powerful way to gain insight, often saying more about a person's truth than their words ever could. 8. Avoidance of certain topics. I once had a friend who would always dodge any mention of his family. If anyone brought it up, he'd quickly change the subject or make a joke to deflect. Over time, I realized this avoidance wasn't just a quirky habit. It was a way of protecting himself from uncomfortable emotions or memories. Stoicism teaches us to observe these boundaries with respect and curiosity, understanding that people often avoid topics because they hold unresolved feelings or personal insecurities. Since then, I've paid attention to what people consistently avoid discussing, whether it's family, money, or past relationships. It's a subtle clue about their values, priorities, or even pain points. When people avoid certain subjects, they're often signaling a need for privacy or a lack of readiness to confront those issues. By recognizing these boundaries, I'm able to show respect and understanding, connecting with people in a way that feels safe and supportive. This awareness has changed how I approach sensitive topics in relationships. I don't push people to discuss things they're not comfortable with, but I take note of the avoidance as a clue about their personal world. These off-limit subjects often carry more weight than we realize, revealing unspoken parts of someone's identity. Recognizing this allows me to better understand and respect others, fostering a more compassionate and thoughtful approach to my interactions. 9. Most honest moments are when they think no one's watching. I had a manager who was the picture of professionalism and support when our higher-ups were around. But as soon as they left, she became someone else, snapping at the team, showing zero respect, and even making condescending remarks. This taught me a powerful lesson. People's true character often emerges when they believe no one's watching. Stoicism reminds us that genuine virtue isn't dependent on an audience. It's about being consistent, no matter who's around. Since then, I've looked beyond people's public personas, observing how they act in quieter, unguarded moments. Those moments, when there's no one to impress, reveal more about a person's values and integrity than any grand gesture or public statement. I've noticed this in romantic relationships too. In the early days, people put on their best selves, but over time, it's those unobserved moments that show who they really are. When I see someone who's kind, respectful, and patient, even when they're alone or with people they think don't matter, I know they're genuine. Conversely, if they're only nice when it serves them, it tells me their kindness isn't authentic. It's performative. Stoicism teaches us to value these consistent actions as a measure of true character, aiming to live in alignment with our values at all times. Observing others in their unguarded moments has helped me understand them more deeply and reminds me to live authentically myself. Mastering the art of reading people is like having a key to unlock deeper, more genuine connections. By paying attention to subtle cues and unguarded moments, you can see beyond the surface and truly understand those around you. These 9 techniques, inspired by Stoic philosophy, can help you connect with others on a whole new level, while also helping you better understand yourself. If you found these insights valuable and want to keep growing in wisdom and emotional intelligence, don't forget to like this video and subscribe. Join us on this journey to see the world and people with clarity and purpose. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more ways to unlock the power of ancient wisdom in your everyday life. Here are 10 ways to stop people from disrespecting you and take control of how you're treated starting today. Ever felt the sting of someone cutting you off mid-sentence or dismissing your opinions like they don't matter? It's frustrating, isn't it? But here's the truth. People will treat you how you allow them to treat you. In the next few minutes, you'll learn the exact strategies to stop disrespect in its tracks and earn the respect you deserve in every area of your life. Here's where it gets interesting. Most people think respect comes naturally, or that you have to demand it aggressively. That's a mistake. The real secret? It starts with subtle shifts in how you communicate, how you set boundaries, and even how you carry yourself. One of these tips is so simple yet so powerful that it can transform how people treat you today. But before we dive in, here's what you need to know. These aren't just random ideas. They're proven strategies that work in real life, even for the toughest relationships and situations. If you've been tolerating disrespect for too long or feeling unsure how to address it without creating conflict, this video will show you exactly what to do. Stick with me to the end, and you'll not only have the tools to stop disrespect, but also to command respect naturally. No shouting, no drama, just quiet, undeniable power. Let's dive in. 1. Set clear boundaries. If you don't define your boundaries, someone else will define them for you, and they'll likely put themselves first. Imagine this. You're hosting a party at your house, and a guest starts rummaging through your fridge without asking. Most people would feel uncomfortable, but they wouldn't say anything, thinking, I don't want to make it awkward. But here's the truth. By staying silent, you've silently allowed that behavior. This applies to every area of life. Your time, energy, emotions, and even your dignity. Jordan Peterson would remind us that chaos thrives in the absence of order. Alan Watts might say, it's your failure to set boundaries that invites disrespect because you haven't honored yourself first. Tony Robbins would passionately shout, raise your standards, and they're all right. Think about a time someone ignored your wishes or overstepped your comfort zone. Did you brush it off? Why? Because confrontation felt worse than enduring the disrespect? That's a lie we tell ourselves to avoid temporary discomfort, but it causes lasting damage. Setting boundaries is not about being rude or domineering. It's about clarity. When you respect yourself enough to say, "This is what I will not tolerate," you signal to others how to treat you. Be polite, but firm. You can say, "I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is my space." Or, "I'm happy to help, but I need a heads up next time." Boundaries are your invisible armor, and every time you enforce them, you strengthen them. People might test you at first, but over time they'll recognize that crossing those lines has consequences. It's not selfish to protect your dignity, it's the foundation of mutual respect. And if you don't build that foundation, no one will build it for you. 2. Respect yourself. First, respect is a mirror. How you see yourself is often how others will see you. Think about it. Would you take advice on fitness from someone who doesn't even work out? Or financial wisdom from someone drowning in debt? The same principle applies to respect. If you don't show yourself respect, why should anyone else? Imagine this. You're running late, and instead of eating something nutritious, you grab a bag of chips. You skip your morning routine because you feel overwhelmed. By the time you face the world, you're frazzled and off balance. This might seem like a small thing, but every neglected action sends a subtle message to your subconscious. I don't value myself enough to prioritize my needs. When you don't value yourself, others pick up on that energy. To earn respect, you must first embody it. This means keeping your promises to yourself, whether it's showing up to the gym, committing to self-care, or even speaking kindly to yourself when you make mistakes. Respect begins in the little decisions, standing tall, looking people in the eye, and speaking with conviction. When you respect yourself, you exude an unspoken confidence that others can't ignore. It's not arrogance, it's self-assurance. You're saying to the world, "I'm worth treating well." This doesn't just change how people treat you, it changes how you handle challenges. You're less likely to accept mistreatment because you know your worth. So, the next time someone interrupts you or dismisses your opinions, ask yourself, have I shown myself enough respect to demand better? It starts with you. When you carry yourself like someone who matters, people can't help but notice, and they'll follow your lead. Respect is contagious, but it has to begin within. 3. Be assertive, not aggressive. There's a fine line between standing up for yourself and bulldozing over others. Assertiveness is the art of speaking your truth with confidence and clarity without resorting to aggression. It's about saying, "I matter, and so do you." But here's the catch. Most people confuse assertiveness with confrontation, and that fear keeps them silent. Picture this. You're in a meeting, and a colleague cuts you off mid-sentence. Your heart races, and you freeze. You think, if I push back, they'll think I'm rude. So you let it slide. But later you replay the moment over and over, frustrated not just with them, but with yourself. The truth is, assertiveness doesn't have to create conflict. Instead of snapping back with, "Can you stop interrupting me?" you could calmly say, "I'd like to finish my point, then I'm happy to hear your thoughts." Notice the difference? The first response fuels tension, the second diffuses it, while firmly reclaiming your space. Being assertive is about communicating with calm authority. Use I statements to express how you feel without blaming others. For example, I feel undervalued when my ideas are overlooked, instead of, you never listen to me. This approach keeps the conversation productive and keeps you in control of your emotions. Remember, assertiveness isn't just about defending yourself. It's about teaching others how to interact with you. When you address disrespect directly and calmly, you're setting a precedent. I won't accept less than respect, but I'll handle it with grace. Practice this skill daily, even in small ways. Say no to commitments you can't handle. Speak up when someone crosses a line. Assertiveness is like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes, and the less likely anyone will dare to disrespect you. 4. Don't tolerate disrespect. Respect is not just given, it's maintained through consistent reinforcement of your boundaries. Every time you overlook disrespect, you unintentionally signal that such behavior is acceptable. Think back to moments when someone made a snide remark or belittled your efforts, and you chose to laugh it off or stay silent. Maybe you thought, it's not worth the fuss, but each instance accumulates, eroding your self-worth and inviting more of the same treatment. Imagine you're a gatekeeper of a castle. If you allow trespassers to enter unchallenged, soon the castle becomes overrun and its value diminishes. Your personal boundaries are much like that castle. By not addressing disrespect, you're leaving the gates wide open. It's essential to address issues as they arise, not with hostility, but with firm clarity. Confrontation doesn't have to be a battle, it can be a dialogue. The next time someone crosses a line, address it promptly. You might say, I didn't appreciate that comment. Let's keep our interactions respectful. This approach is direct, yet maintains the dignity of both parties. It prevents resentment from building up and promotes healthier communication. Remember, people often test limits, sometimes unconsciously. By standing up the first time disrespect occurs, you set a clear standard. You're teaching others how to treat you. This doesn't just apply to blatant disrespect, but also to subtle behaviors, interruptions, disregard for your time, or dismissive attitudes. It's also crucial to reflect on why you might tolerate disrespect. Are you afraid of conflict? Do you worry about losing relationships? Understand that any relationship requiring you to endure disrespect is not a relationship worth keeping. Prioritizing your self-respect may mean making tough choices about who you allow in your life. Ultimately, refusing to tolerate disrespect is an act of self-love. It's declaring to the world and to yourself that you deserve to be treated with dignity. By holding firm to this standard, you not only uplift yourself, but also encourage others to rise to the occasion. 5. Choose your company wisely. You are the average of the people you spend the most time with, and that includes how much respect you receive. If you're constantly surrounded by people who belittle you, dismiss your ideas, or undermine your confidence, it's time to reevaluate your circle. Think about it. Would you let someone plant weeds in your garden and expect the flowers to thrive? The same goes for your personal relationships. Take a moment to reflect on your interactions. Are there people in your life who make you feel small, unheard, or unimportant? Maybe it's the friend who always interrupts your stories, the coworker who takes credit for your ideas, or even a family member who never acknowledges your efforts. Their behavior isn't just a reflection of them, it's also a reflection of what you've been willing to accept. Surrounding yourself with the right people can transform the way you experience respect. Seek out individuals who uplift you, challenge you constructively, and value your presence. These are the people who will celebrate your wins, stand by you in tough times, and never take advantage of your kindness. This isn't about cutting people off recklessly. It's about making intentional choices. If someone consistently disrespects you, despite your efforts to address it, it might be time to step back or limit your interactions. Protecting your energy isn't selfish. It's necessary. Start small. Spend more time with those who treat you well and less time with those who don't. Build new connections with people who align with your values and appreciate your worth. Over time, you'll notice a shift. When you're surrounded by respect, you'll naturally demand it from everyone else. Choosing your company wisely isn't just about relationships. It's about creating an environment where you can thrive and where respect becomes the standard, not the exception. 6. Improve your communication skills. Respect isn't just about what you expect from others. It's also about how you express yourself. Clear, confident communication is a powerful tool that can either command respect or invite disregard. Think of communication like a bridge. If it's poorly constructed, it collapses under pressure, leaving misunderstanding and disrespect in its wake. But when it's strong and intentional, it connects people with clarity and mutual respect. Picture this. You're in a conversation and someone interrupts you. You feel the frustration rise, but instead of addressing it, you trail off, letting them dominate. Later, you regret not standing your ground. This happens because we're often unprepared to navigate these moments. Strong communication skills change that. Start by speaking with confidence. Confidence doesn't mean shouting or demanding attention. It's about delivering your words with clarity and conviction. Avoid filler words like or maybe, which can undermine your message. For example, instead of saying, "I guess I'd like to share something," say, "I have a point I'd like to make." Simple shifts like this can dramatically alter how others perceive you. Active listening is equally important. When you truly listen, you show respect to others, and they're more likely to reciprocate. Maintain eye contact, nod to show engagement, and respond thoughtfully. This creates a foundation of mutual respect that makes it easier to demand the same. Finally, learn to manage your tone. A calm, steady voice conveys authority and self-assurance. Even when addressing disrespect, avoid raising your voice or sounding defensive. Instead, use assertive but respectful language like, "I'd appreciate it if we could keep this discussion constructive." Mastering communication takes practice, but it's one of the most effective ways to stop people from disrespecting you. When you articulate your thoughts with clarity, confidence, and respect, you'll naturally earn the same in return. 7. Lead by example. Respect is a two-way street, and the best way to teach others how to treat you is to model that behavior yourself. Think of it this way. If you want to be respected, you must first show respect, not just to others, but also in how you carry yourself and interact with the world. People take their cues from you, and your actions set the tone for the relationships around you. Imagine you're at work, and a heated discussion unfolds. Instead of jumping in with accusations or letting frustration dictate your tone, you take a breath, listen actively, and respond thoughtfully. By maintaining composure and respecting everyone involved, you subtly communicate, "This is how I expect to be treated too." When you lead with respect, you're teaching others that you value yourself and those around you. This could mean being punctual to meetings, showing gratitude, or acknowledging others' contributions. These small, consistent acts reinforce the idea that you hold respect as a non-negotiable standard. But here's the twist. Leading by example doesn't mean being a pushover. You can be kind without being weak, respectful without tolerating disrespect. If someone crosses a boundary, address it calmly but firmly. For instance, say, "I appreciate your feedback, but the tone feels dismissive. Let's keep this constructive." By doing so, you demonstrate respect for the conversation while holding others accountable. Respectful leadership inspires others to rise to your level. People are drawn to those who exude calm authority and fairness, and they're more likely to reflect those qualities back. When you embody the respect you expect, it creates a ripple effect. The result? A stronger foundation of mutual respect in every relationship and interaction. Lead by example, and watch how the world starts treating you differently. 8. Build confidence. Confidence is your shield against disrespect. When you truly believe in your worth, others sense it, and they're far less likely to challenge it. Think of someone you admire who carries themselves with unwavering confidence. They don't have to demand respect. It seems to flow to them naturally. Why? Because confidence radiates an unspoken message. I know who I am, and I won't settle for less. Now imagine yourself walking into a room where everyone's attention shifts to you, not because you're loud or flashy, but because of the way you carry yourself. Your posture is upright, your steps are deliberate, and your energy exudes self-assurance. That's the power of confidence. It's not about arrogance, it's about knowing your value and projecting it effortlessly. But here's the thing, confidence isn't something you're born with. It's something you build. Start by keeping promises to yourself, no matter how small. If you say you'll wake up early, follow through. If you commit to learning a new skill, dedicate yourself to it. Each fulfilled promise strengthens your trust in yourself, and that trust is the foundation of confidence. Confidence also grows when you step outside your comfort zone. Every challenge you overcome reinforces the belief that you can handle more. Whether it's speaking up in a meeting, trying a new activity, or asserting yourself in a difficult conversation, these small victories add up. When you're confident, you won't tolerate disrespect because you know you deserve better. If someone challenges your value, you won't crumble. You'll stand firm. Confidence isn't loud. It's steady. It's not about proving others wrong, but about knowing deep down that you're right to demand respect. Build it piece by piece, and you'll find that disrespect doesn't just bounce off your shield. It stops showing up at all. 9. Stand up for yourself. There comes a moment when you need to draw the line, not with anger, but with unwavering resolve. Standing up for yourself isn't about being combative. It's about showing others and yourself that you refuse to accept disrespect. The truth is, the way you respond in those crucial moments defines how people will treat you moving forward. Think about a time when someone spoke to you in a way that made you feel small or dismissed. Maybe you laughed it off or said nothing, thinking, it's not worth the trouble. But afterward, that moment lingered in your mind, replaying like a broken record. That frustration wasn't just about their words, it was about your silence. Standing up for yourself isn't easy, but it's essential. When someone crosses the line, address it directly and calmly. For instance, if a co-worker interrupts you, say, "I wasn't finished speaking. Please let me complete my thought." Or if someone makes a hurtful comment, respond with, "That's not an acceptable way to speak to me." These are simple, powerful phrases that communicate your boundaries without escalating the situation. The key is composure. When you respond calmly, you're in control. People are far less likely to argue with someone who is firm but poised. Overreacting can undermine your message, but steady, respectful confrontation sends a clear signal. I respect myself, and I expect the same from you. Each time you stand up for yourself, you strengthen your confidence and reinforce your boundaries. It's not just about stopping disrespect in the moment. It's about reshaping how people perceive you. Over time, others will learn that you're not someone to be taken lightly, and you'll feel the quiet power of knowing you've reclaimed your dignity. 10. Walk away when needed. Sometimes the most powerful statement you can make is to remove yourself from a situation or relationship where disrespect persists. Walking away doesn't mean you've given up. It means you've chosen yourself. It's a declaration that your peace, dignity, and self-worth are non-negotiable. Imagine this. You've repeatedly asked someone to respect your boundaries, but they ignore you every time. You've tried to address the issue calmly, stood up for yourself, and given them opportunities to change. Yet, the disrespect continues. At some point, you have to ask yourself, what am I holding on to, and at what cost? Walking away isn't always easy, especially if it's a close friend, a partner, or even a long-time colleague. There's an emotional attachment, a history that makes letting go feel painful. But staying in a toxic situation is like clinging to a rope that's burning your hands. The longer you hold on, the more damage it does. When you walk away, you're reclaiming your power. It's a reminder to yourself and to others that you will not tolerate being treated poorly. This doesn't always mean cutting someone out completely. It could mean taking a step back, creating distance, or limiting your interactions to maintain your emotional health. In the end, walking away is an act of self-respect. It's not about punishing the other person. It's about protecting your own well-being. People who truly value you will notice and may even adjust their behavior. And for those who don't, let them go. Life is too short to invest in relationships or situations that drain you. By walking away when needed, you open the door for healthier, more respectful connections to enter your life. Remember, choosing yourself is never the wrong choice. Respect starts with you. And today you've learned 10 powerful ways to stop people from disrespecting you and create the boundaries you deserve. Whether it's setting clear limits, standing up for yourself, or walking away when necessary. Each strategy is a step toward building the respect and confidence that will transform your life. Now it's your turn. Which of these strategies resonated with you the most? Have you ever faced a situation where you had to demand respect? I'd love to hear your thoughts and takeaways. Share them in the comments below. Let's start a conversation that inspires everyone in our community to live with dignity and strength. If you found this video valuable, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel for more life-changing advice, and share this video with someone who could use these tips today. Your support helps us continue creating content that empowers and uplifts. Thank you for watching, and remember, respect yourself and the world will follow. See you in the next video. Here are 10 terrible signs someone is being totally fake with you. Have you ever felt like someone's kind words or friendly gestures weren't what they seemed? Like there was something beneath the surface, an agenda you couldn't quite put your finger on. These moments can be unsettling and leave you doubting not just them, but even yourself. Imagine confiding in a friend during your darkest hour, only to find out they were nowhere to be found when you needed them most. Or realizing someone who seems genuinely interested in your success is secretly envious and undermining you behind your back. These subtle betrayals can erode trust and emotional stability, pulling you into a spiral of doubt and frustration. But what if you could spot the signs of insincerity before they cause damage? In this video, we'll uncover 10 glaring signs someone is being totally fake with you, signs that are often hidden in plain sight. More importantly, we'll explore how you can apply Stoic wisdom to protect your peace of mind and navigate these tricky relationships with strength and clarity. Whether it's a friend, a colleague, or even a family member, you'll learn how to see through their mask, regain control, and maintain your inner calm. Stick around, because these lessons might just transform the way you approach every relationship in your life. 1. They're never there when you need them. I remember a time when I truly believed that a particular friend would always have my back. We had shared so many good times, and I thought those moments built a bond strong enough to weather any storm. But then life threw a curveball. I was facing immense pressure at work, feeling utterly exhausted and emotionally drained. I needed someone to talk to, someone who could listen and just be there. Naturally, I turned to this friend. I called, hoping for some comfort, but instead I got excuses. "I'm too busy right now," or "I'll call you back later." That call never came. At first, I felt betrayed and deeply hurt. It was like a mirror reflecting back all the times I had rushed to their side, ready to support them without hesitation. I thought to myself, how could someone who claims to care about me vanish when I need them the most? Slowly, the realization dawned on me. This relationship wasn't as mutual as I'd believed. My giving nature was being taken for granted, and their absence during my struggles revealed the imbalance. That's when I turned to Stoic wisdom for guidance. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to not place our hopes in things beyond our control. This includes the actions and choices of others. It hit me. I was putting too much emotional weight on someone else's presence, when in truth, the only constant I could rely on was myself. Instead of dwelling on the hurt, I chose to see this as a valuable lesson. People who aren't there for you during tough times are not necessarily malicious. They might just lack the capacity or willingness to meet you on the same emotional plane. But it's not my job to change them. My responsibility lies in protecting my peace and adjusting my expectations. Now, I approach friendships with more clarity. I don't shut people out entirely, but I do maintain a healthy distance with those who've shown me their limits. I cherish the friends who show up when it matters, but I no longer feel crushed when others don't. Stoicism has taught me that my inner strength is my best defense against disappointment. Instead of leaning too heavily on others, I've learned to stand tall on my own, appreciating those who walk beside me without expecting them to carry my burdens. This mindset shift didn't happen overnight, and it hasn't been easy. There are still moments when I feel the sting of unmet expectations, but when those feelings arise, I remind myself of Epictetus's words. "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." These words give me the strength to navigate relationships with a calm heart and a steady mind. By recognizing that not everyone is meant to stay during life's storms, I've made room for more meaningful connections. The relationships I value most now are the ones built on mutual respect, trust, and presence, especially when it counts. 2. They never reach out first. For the longest time, I was the kind of person who believed in making the effort to keep relationships alive. If someone mattered to me, I didn't hesitate to call, send a message, or plan a meetup. But over time, I noticed a pattern. I was always the one initiating. Whether it was a simple, "How are you doing?" or planning a coffee date, the effort was always coming from my side. It made me wonder, if I stopped reaching out, would they even notice my absence? One day, I decided to test it. I stopped calling, texting, or arranging plans with a particular friend I thought was close to me. Days turned into weeks, and weeks into months. To my surprise, and if I'm honest, my disappointment, I didn't hear from them. Not a single message or call. At first, it hurt. I kept thinking, was I that insignificant to them? Did our friendship mean so little? But then I realized this wasn't about my worth. It was about their priorities. This is where Stoic wisdom came to my rescue. Epictetus teaches us that we shouldn't expect others to act in ways that align with our desires. Instead, we should focus on our own actions and what we can control. I had been clinging to the expectation that my effort would be reciprocated, but that expectation was setting me up for disappointment. It was a harsh truth to face, but it was also liberating. By stepping back, I learned to observe relationships more objectively. If someone genuinely cares, they'll make the effort. It may not always look the same as my effort, but the intention will be there. And if it's not, that's a sign that the relationship may not be as balanced as I thought. This doesn't mean I cut ties or hold grudges. Stoicism encourages us to approach life with equanimity, recognizing that people act according to their own nature. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I began to shift my energy toward people who valued my presence without needing constant reminders. One particular instance stands out. A friend I had stopped reaching out to eventually did notice my absence, but it took over a year. When they finally called, their words were polite, but lacked the warmth of someone who genuinely missed me. That call confirmed what I had suspected. I was more of a convenience than a priority in their life. It was a bittersweet moment, but it reinforced the importance of focusing on relationships with mutual effort and care. These days, I make a conscious effort to invest in people who show up without needing a nudge. I've found that by lowering my expectations and observing how others act without my prompting, I can identify the connections that truly matter. And when I feel the pang of disappointment creeping in, I remind myself of Marcus Aurelius' wisdom. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. This strength has helped me find peace in letting go of unbalanced relationships and cherishing the ones that thrive on mutual respect. 3. They only focus on themselves. Have you ever been in a conversation where you felt invisible? Where no matter how much you tried to share about your life, the discussion always circled back to the other person? I've experienced this more times than I'd like to admit. There was a friend of mine who seemed incapable of talking about anything other than their own life. Their stories were endless, about their job, their vacations, their problems. And every time I tried to interject, to share something about myself, it was like my words were lost in the noise. At first, I told myself they were just going through a rough time and needed someone to listen. But the pattern continued. Even when I brought up something meaningful to me, a struggle, a success, or even just a funny anecdote, they'd barely acknowledge it before redirecting the focus back to themselves. It felt draining, like I was merely an audience to their one-person show. This left me questioning the friendship. Was this person truly my friend, or was I just someone they used for validation and attention? Stoic wisdom provided me with clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us to live in harmony with nature, ours and others. People who dominate conversations and dismiss others' needs are often acting out of their own insecurities. Recognizing this, I stopped taking their behavior personally. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I used this realization to reevaluate the relationship. Epictetus teaches us that we should not expect others to be what we want them to be. We can only decide how we respond to their actions. I chose to set boundaries and stop overextending myself in this friendship. I started to shift my energy toward people who valued mutual sharing, where both of us felt heard and supported. Over time, I found a balance. I still interact with this friend, but I no longer expect deep, meaningful reciprocity. I save my vulnerable moments and important conversations for people who truly listen and care. The most transformative part of this process was the self-awareness I gained. I began to ask myself, am I showing up for others in the way I wish they'd show up for me? That introspection allowed me to improve not only my relationships, but also the way I connect with others. The truth is, we can't control how others behave, but we can control who we allow into our inner circle. By applying Stoic principles, I've learned to embrace relationships where listening and sharing are mutual acts of care. For those who can't meet me halfway, I've learned to let go with grace. As Seneca says, associate with people who are likely to improve you. This simple advice has helped me focus on nurturing connections that leave me feeling fulfilled and seen, rather than drained and disregarded. 4. They forget what you share. I'll never forget the time I excitedly shared a big milestone with a friend. I had just enrolled in a course I'd been dreaming about for years, and over coffee I poured my heart out, talking about my goals and what this meant for me. My friend smiled and nodded as I spoke, and I walked away from that conversation feeling like they genuinely cared. But the next time we met, it was as if that conversation had never happened. They didn't ask about the course, didn't follow up on my progress, and when I brought it up, I got a blank look. It hit me hard. How could something so important to me be so forgettable to someone I considered close? At first, I felt undervalued. I thought, if they truly cared about me, they'd remember. But Stoic philosophy helped me see this situation differently. Epictetus teaches us not to place our happiness in the actions of others. Their forgetfulness wasn't a reflection of my worth. It was a reflection of where I stood in their life. This realization shifted my perspective from one of hurt to one of clarity. I began to notice a pattern. The people who truly cared didn't just listen. They remembered. They'd bring up things I'd mentioned weeks ago, even small details, like a trip I was planning or a book I wanted to read. Their attentiveness showed me that I mattered to them, not just in the moment, but in an ongoing way. On the other hand, those who forgot my stories, goals, or struggles often had their own priorities that overshadowed any real interest in me. I don't hold it against them. It's not my place to demand someone's attention. But I've learned to adjust my expectations accordingly. Stoicism teaches us to approach such situations with equanimity, understanding that not everyone will value us in the way we hope. Since then, I've become more intentional about whom I open up to. I save my vulnerable moments for people who listen with their hearts, not just their ears. And for those who don't, I've learned to let go of the need for validation. As Marcus Aurelius advises, the best revenge is not to be like your enemy. Instead of being dismissive or distant in return, I choose to live with integrity, being the kind of listener I wish others would be. Now, when I reflect on that forgotten conversation, I don't feel hurt anymore. It was a valuable lesson, one that helped me prioritize relationships that are truly meaningful. Life is too short to invest deeply in connections that lack depth. By focusing on those who genuinely care, I've built a circle of friends who enrich my life and make me feel seen. And for the others, I treat them with kindness, but keep my expectations low. That balance has brought me a sense of peace and clarity I didn't have before. 5. They always want something from you. I once had a friend who seemed genuinely interested in my life, or so I thought. They would ask about my work, my goals, even my struggles, and for a while I felt valued and understood. But over time, I started noticing a pattern. Their interest wasn't rooted in care or curiosity. It was transactional. Every conversation eventually led to a request, a favor, advice, or help with something they needed. At first, I brushed it off. They probably just need a hand, I told myself. But the requests kept coming, and when I needed support, they were nowhere to be found. Once, when I was facing a tough financial situation, I hesitated, but finally reached out for a small loan. This same friend who had borrowed from me multiple times without hesitation suddenly had excuses. "I'm short on cash," or "let me get back to you." I wasn't angry. I was disappointed. It became clear that our relationship was one-sided. That's when Stoic wisdom gave me clarity. Marcus Aurelius teaches us to understand others' motives without anger or judgment. People often act in ways that serve their own needs, but it's up to us to recognize these patterns and protect our peace. I realized that this friend wasn't necessarily malicious. They simply prioritized what they could gain over genuine connection. Instead of confronting them or harboring resentment, I quietly adjusted my boundaries. I stopped going out of my way to fulfill their requests, redirecting my energy to relationships that felt balanced and reciprocal. This wasn't easy. I cared about this friend and wanted to believe they could change. But as Epictetus reminds us, it is not events that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. Their actions were a reflection of who they were, not a reflection of my worth. Over time, I began to value the freedom that came with setting boundaries. I no longer felt drained or exploited because I stopped overextending myself. And when I did give, it was out of genuine care, not obligation or hope for reciprocation. Stoicism taught me the power of selective giving, to offer help to those who truly appreciate it and return it when they can. This shift in perspective has transformed the way I approach relationships. I no longer feel bitter about the friends who only take. I simply see them for who they are. As Seneca advises, withdraw into yourself as much as you can. Associate with those who make you a better person. Instead of cutting ties completely, I keep such individuals at a respectful distance, engaging with them only when it feels right for me. Now, I focus on relationships built on mutual respect and support. When someone genuinely needs help, I offer it freely, knowing it comes from a place of strength, not expectation. And for those who are only in it for themselves, I let them be, preserving my peace and energy for those who truly matter. This approach has brought more balance and fulfillment into my life. 6. They talk behind your back. I'll never forget the sinking feeling I got when I found out a close colleague had been speaking negatively about me behind my back. At first, I dismissed the rumors, thinking they must have misunderstood. But as the subtle comments and awkward interactions piled up, I realized the truth. This was someone I trusted, someone I had confided in during stressful times, yet they had chosen to use my vulnerabilities as fodder for gossip. The betrayal stung. My initial reaction was anger and a strong urge to confront them. How could they do this to me, I thought. But before acting impulsively, I turned to Stoic teachings. Marcus Aurelius writes, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Their actions were beyond my control, but how I responded was entirely up to me. Instead of confronting them in anger, I chose to distance myself calmly. I reminded myself that their words didn't define me. They reflected their own insecurities and need for validation. Epictetus teaches us that we should only concern ourselves with things within our sphere of control. What they said about me, or how others perceived me because of it, wasn't my responsibility. My focus needed to be on staying true to my values and maintaining my inner peace. To protect myself emotionally, I began limiting the personal information I shared with this person and others like them. I realized that not everyone deserves to hear your struggles or your triumphs. Stoicism emphasizes prudence, being careful about whom we allow into our inner circle. The most profound lesson came from Marcus Aurelius. When someone wrongs you, ask yourself what made them do it. Once you understand their motives, you'll feel compassion rather than anger. While I didn't excuse their behavior, I recognized it likely stemmed from their own fears, jealousy, or desire to fit in. This understanding softened my resentment and allowed me to move forward without bitterness. Now, when I hear gossip or sense betrayal, I respond differently. Instead of letting it consume me, I see it as noise, irrelevant to my sense of self-worth. Stoicism has taught me to focus on what truly matters: my own actions, values, and integrity. By refusing to let others' negativity dictate my emotions, I've found a sense of strength and resilience that gossip can't touch. In the end, I realized that betrayal can also be a gift. It reveals who truly belongs in your life and who doesn't. It taught me to cultivate relationships with those who uplift and respect me, while letting go of those who don't. Now, I walk through life with a clearer understanding of who I can trust and an unwavering commitment to my peace of mind. Stoicism has helped me see that no matter what someone says about me, their words don't change my character. Only my reaction to them has that power. 7. They act differently with different people. There was a time when I deeply admired a friend for their charisma. They could effortlessly adapt to any social situation, blending in with different groups of people. At first, I thought it was a sign of their social intelligence. But the more I observed, the more I noticed inconsistencies in their behavior. With me, they were warm and supportive, but in the presence of more influential or successful people, they became someone else entirely, more attentive, more engaged, and far less genuine toward me. It felt unsettling. I started to wonder, is this person truly my friend, or am I just convenient for them in certain settings? The final straw came during a group dinner when I needed their support in a discussion, but they sided with others to gain favor, leaving me feeling betrayed. It was then I realized their behavior wasn't about building relationships, it was about self-interest. In moments like these, Stoic wisdom provides clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one. Instead of dwelling on their actions, I turned inward and reflected on my own values. Did I want to surround myself with people who shifted their loyalty and integrity based on who was watching? Or did I want to cultivate relationships with those who were steady, authentic, and consistent? I began to understand that people who act differently with different groups often lack a strong internal compass. They are driven by external validation, seeking to impress others rather than living in harmony with their true nature. While I couldn't change this person, I could decide how much space they occupied in my life. Epictetus teaches us to observe without judgment and act without attachment. I didn't cut ties with this friend entirely, but I adjusted my expectations. I stopped looking to them for support or loyalty, and instead kept our interactions light and surface level. This allowed me to maintain peace without feeling hurt by their actions. At the same time, I started paying closer attention to the people who treated me consistently, regardless of who was around. These were the friends who valued me for who I was, not for what I could offer or who I could connect them to. I made a conscious effort to invest more time and energy into these relationships, which brought me a sense of fulfillment and security. Now, when I encounter people who shift their behavior to suit their audience, I don't take it personally. I see it as a reflection of their insecurities, not my worth. As Seneca advises, associate with those who will make a better man of you. By choosing to focus on genuine relationships and keeping my distance from those who lack authenticity, I've found a sense of calm and clarity in my social interactions. Their inconsistency no longer affects me, because I've built my inner circle on trust, respect, and unwavering sincerity. 8. They use flattery instead of genuine praise. I used to have a colleague who would always compliment me, sometimes excessively. "You're so amazing at this," or "I don't know how you do it. You're incredible," they'd say at every opportunity. At first it felt nice. Who doesn't enjoy a little recognition? But over time, something felt off. The compliments were always broad and over the top, lacking any real depth. It became clear they weren't appreciating my efforts. They were using flattery as a tool to get on my good side. The turning point came when they asked me for a favor, a big one. They needed me to advocate for them on a project they weren't qualified for. When I hesitated, their demeanor shifted. The flattery disappeared, replaced by subtle frustration. That's when I realized their kind words weren't genuine. They were transactional. Stoic wisdom helped me process this experience. Epictetus advises us to consider things as they are, not as we wish them to be. Their excessive praise wasn't a reflection of my talents, but of their own motives. Once I saw it for what it was, I could stop feeling conflicted about their behavior and focus on protecting my boundaries. Flattery, unlike genuine praise, often seeks to manipulate. Real compliments are thoughtful and specific. They come without strings attached. Once I understood this, I became more attuned to the difference. I started to notice how people who genuinely valued me would compliment my work or character with sincerity, while those who didn't were vague and opportunistic. Instead of feeling hurt or resentful, I chose to see flattery as a lesson. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." I began to apply this principle in my own interactions, offering honest praise only when I truly meant it. This helped me build stronger, more authentic relationships. I also learned to set boundaries with flatterers. I didn't cut them off entirely, but I became cautious about their motives. I stopped feeling obligated to fulfill their requests just because they had showered me with compliments. Instead, I focused on maintaining integrity and making decisions based on my values, not external validation. These days, I value sincerity over empty words. I've learned to appreciate the rare people who take the time to notice the little things, specific efforts, thoughtful actions, or moments of kindness. Their praise is genuine and heartfelt, and it builds trust instead of eroding it. By approaching relationships with clarity and caution, I've cultivated a circle of people who uplift me with honesty rather than manipulate me with flattery, and for those who use words as tools for their own gain. I let them talk, but I keep my peace, knowing their words are only as meaningful as the actions that follow. 9. They avoid responsibility for their actions. I once had a friend who seemed perfect on the surface, charming, fun, and always ready with a joke to lighten the mood. But when things went wrong, the cracks started to show. Whenever they made a mistake or caused an issue, they had a knack for shifting the blame. Whether it was blaming circumstances, other people, or even me, they'd always find a way to avoid taking responsibility. One instance stands out vividly. We had planned a group project together, and their portion of the work wasn't completed on time. When I gently brought it up, hoping to find a solution, they deflected. "Well, if you had reminded me earlier, this wouldn't have happened." I was stunned. Instead of acknowledging their role, they turned the problem back on me. It left me feeling frustrated and undervalued. At first, I internalized their behavior. Maybe I should have reminded them, I thought. But after reflecting, I realized the issue wasn't my oversight. It was their unwillingness to own up to their actions. That's when Stoic philosophy provided the clarity I needed. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." This helped me see that I could hold myself accountable for my actions without letting others' lack of responsibility weigh on me. I stopped trying to make excuses for them and instead focused on what I could control, how I chose to respond. I began setting boundaries and made it clear that I couldn't shoulder the blame for things outside my influence. Over time, I also learned to recognize the signs of someone unwilling to take responsibility, patterns of deflection, excuses, and an inability to admit fault. Epictetus reminds us that we cannot control others' behavior, only our response to it. Armed with this understanding, I no longer felt the need to argue or defend myself when this friend shifted blame. Instead, I calmly pointed out the facts and let them sit with their own accountability, or lack thereof. Their reactions no longer triggered anger or frustration in me because I had shifted my focus to maintaining my peace. This experience taught me the importance of surrounding myself with people who value growth and accountability. Mistakes are human, but how we handle them reveals our character. I now gravitate toward those who admit when they're wrong and work to make things right, as they inspire me to do the same. For those who avoid responsibility, I've learned not to expect change unless they're willing to reflect and grow. Instead, I limit their influence in my life. Seneca wisely reminds us, "Associate with those who will make a better man of you." By holding myself to high standards while tolerating others' limitations without resentment, I've found a sense of calm and clarity in my relationships. In the end, I've embraced the Stoic principle of focusing on what I can control, my actions, my values, and my peace of mind. That shift has freed me from the emotional burden of others' irresponsibility and allowed me to invest in relationships where accountability is mutual. 10. They're unwilling to celebrate your success. I'll never forget the time I shared a personal victory with someone I considered a close friend. I'd worked tirelessly on a project, pouring my energy and focus into it, and when it finally paid off, I couldn't wait to share the news. But instead of excitement or congratulations, I was met with indifference. They quickly changed the subject, as if my success didn't matter, or worse, as if it bothered them. At first, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were having a bad day, I thought. But the pattern repeated itself. Anytime I achieved something meaningful, their responses were lukewarm at best, or dismissive at worst. I started to notice that they were quick to talk about their own accomplishments, but unwilling to acknowledge mine. It hurt more than I expected. I began to question, why can't they be happy for me? That's when I turned to Stoicism for guidance. Seneca reminds us that we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. Their reaction didn't diminish my success. It only revealed something about them. Perhaps they felt inadequate or envious, but their behavior wasn't about me. It was a reflection of their own insecurities. Instead of feeling angry or hurt, I chose to adjust my perspective. Epictetus teaches us to focus only on what we can control, and in this case, I couldn't control how they felt about my achievements. What I could control was how I responded. I stopped seeking validation from people who couldn't genuinely celebrate my joy, and instead turned to those who uplifted me. Over time, I started to prioritize relationships where mutual encouragement was the norm. True friends share in your joy, just as they stand by you in your struggles. Their happiness for your success is a reflection of their love and respect for you. And when I found those kinds of connections, they felt like a breath of fresh air, genuine, supportive, and fulfilling. I also began to examine my own reactions to others' achievements. Am I truly happy for their success? Do I offer heartfelt congratulations without comparing their progress to mine? This self-reflection helped me grow into someone who can give joy freely, knowing it's not a competition. Marcus Aurelius advises us to rejoice in the present. Celebrating someone else's success doesn't take away from our own. It enriches our shared experience. By embodying this wisdom, I've found greater peace and fulfillment in my relationships. Now, when I encounter someone who struggles to celebrate my wins, I don't let it bring me down. I understand their reaction isn't about me, and I no longer need their validation to feel proud of what I've accomplished. Instead, I focus on maintaining gratitude for the people who truly support me, cultivating a circle of friends and loved ones who inspire me to keep striving and growing. In the end, their presence is worth far more than the fleeting approval of those who can't see past their own insecurities. Spotting these 10 signs of insincerity isn't just about protecting yourself from fake people. It's about fostering healthier, more meaningful relationships built on mutual respect and authenticity. By recognizing these behaviors and applying the wisdom of Stoic philosophy, you can navigate life with strength, clarity, and peace of mind. If this video resonated with you, don't forget to give it a thumbs up. It really helps the channel grow. Also, make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a new video packed with insights to empower your life. Most importantly, I'd love to hear from you. Which of these signs stood out to you the most? Have you encountered any of these in your relationships? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. I read every one of them and can't wait to hear your stories. Thank you for watching, and remember, by staying true to yourself and your values, you'll attract the right people into your life. Until next time, stay strong, stay wise, and keep growing.